apparently. 6 o'clock on a Sunday. 6 o'clock on a Sunday. Okay, people. Hold, please. Okay, I am live, I guess. I don't know. So, just got requested to go live on a Sunday. Why? That's why. Do you want my face on camera right now? No, not really. Not really. Not been feeling my face lately, so off of my face I go. Hello, what's up, Jeff? Hi, NFJ. Galaxy requested that I go live, so I said if I go live, you better jump in. So let me jump over here real fast. Do I know what I want to talk about? Some Forrest Fenn ponderings, perhaps. Don't worry, I don't have plans to go anywhere, so I won't do a freak out video. So great. So great. Let me pin this. Pin message. Okay. Oh, I was just trying to watch Black Adam last night. That totally got interrupted. Good news. Got one of my dressers built again. So I got 2 dressers. I just need to put like some clothes away in that and then organize a little bit more. I did order more bobby pins and hair ties so I could just forever live in a ponytail until my hair grows back to the way I want it. Because I guess every girl, one point in their life, always has to like almost have their hair grown out and then they have to have a midlife crisis at the same time and then chop it all off to like think it's gonna fix them, but really it's not. It's just gonna make it worse. So yeah. But yeah, I could talk about all the random things under the sun. You know me. I have a never-ending plethora of fucking content to just talk about. I did see that there's going to be a contest in February at WSOF for karaoke. So I was kind of going through different options for like songs that I'd want to actually sing. Like my go-to, as you guys know, is Call Me When You're Sober by Evanescence. And I did that last year, just this February, right? And I didn't do it that well because, you know, I just was healing and getting over COVID, you know, the Omicron virus, the variant, and it messed my lungs pretty darn good. Like pretty darn good. So I've been taking like lung pills to kind of just bring my lungs back to health. Like they've been pretty bad. So I'm debating. I was Googling like top songs to sing for karaoke. And it was funny because another one of my go-to songs is on there. And it's also by Evanescence, but it's kind of like sad. That song has always been dedicated to, you know, those that we lost. It started with this one kid named Brian. It was like the day before school started at Chino Hills High, I believe. It was on my mom's birthday, and I was actually walking across the street, walking to, I think it was my friend Brittany's house or something. And I was walking to my aunt's house to hang out with my cousin, because my cousin literally lived down the street from me. It was always like, you know, really safe, fun neighborhood. And I was going there because it was my mom's birthday. We were celebrating. And I saw this one kid named Brian. Like, he was really cute. He was like punk and everything. I always had a crush on him, but never really talked to him because I was a kid back then, right? And I remember I was on one side of the street, he was on the other side, and I'm like walking and I like passed him. And then I guess it turns out that same, like, I want to say 5-10 minutes after, he got hit by a car and it was so bad his head got literally flopped off. And so it messed me up for a while. And so when I started learning how to sing and stuff, I would always dedicate that song to him because I was just like, wow, this is crazy. And I think it was my mom who originally was like, the song's perfect for your friend, blah, blah. And so each time I like would lose a friend, like I lost my friend Yves. He like died in the Grand Canyon, which was horrible. And I was actually supposed to be with him. I was supposed to go on the trip with him to the Grand Canyon. And I decided not to. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to like, stay home, whatever. And yeah, he ended up dying in the Grand Canyon in a really bad car accident. Had all my camping gear with him and stuff. So yeah, that song is like the song I will dedicate to those who've lost. So I dedicate it to Fenn in February. And all the other people that are in the chase that we've lost recently, Bobby D and everything. Just it's sad. So I'm trying to think of a song I want to sing for karaoke that's not going to be sad, but I'll still sound pretty damn good because it's a contest. And I was just like going through my mind thinking of different versions. Like I could do guy songs really good. And then I could do other songs. Hold, please. Okay, hold on. Yeah, like it's funny because I gravitate. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I love like metal and screamo and stuff. And so one of my favorite bands is Motionless in White. Love them. I also love Our Last Night. I love Breaking Benjamin. I have so many different variations. So I'm thinking, what crafty little song am I going to choose for karaoke? And obviously, I'm not going to say it because I know someone would be listening and they'd probably steal it. So I'm not going to reveal fully what I'm thinking, but I'm just telling you, this is what I was doing before it went live. Before I got Galaxy's darn email telling me to go live. I'm like, I don't want to go live. So hold on. Let me see. Aw. My grandma and grandpa's house. I want to show you guys my grandma and grandpa's house that they had built. They like built from scratch together. They moved up to Chino Hills. And even when, like, I think even now, when you go to Chino Hills, like you're driving through Brea Canyon and you get to the bottom, like the last part of Brea Canyon, you can see this like massive green roof of this like house. And that was my grandparents' house. They had this big like white picket fence that went around the entire property. I don't really drive through Brea Canyon anymore, but when I used to, that's what you would see all the time. So let me show you the beautiful house that my grandparents built. It was called Hershey Ranch. And this is pretty much where I would go up all the time when I was younger, hang out. This is where I had like a party for a bit and stuff. And that crazy stuff happened. Let me see. Let's see if this pops up. Do you guys see that? It's just a fraction of how big the house was. It was massive. And I always was like, I wish they had a pool because the backyard was absolutely gorgeous. I loved the backyard. Kind of makes me sad looking at this. I miss it now. I used to always come up, park around the fountain. There was like 6 garages on the side you can't see. They had like so many bathrooms and they had an outside bathroom too. The kitchen was like basically the hallway. You could walk down this little hallway and then it would have a back door and you walk down this like long corridor hallway and it'd take you to the kitchen. This was the front door. So you go in and there was a massive living room and to the right was my grandma's room. This is how massive my grandma's room was. So this right here was the library / study. That was my favorite room to be in all the time because it just had all these like books and things about their high school and history in Iowa. It was really cool. And then on the side right here, you see this was like my grandma's bathroom. It was freaking massive. It was my grandpa. He's actually standing there. You can't really see him because it's blurry, but this is my grandpa giving the stance to, I think that's Opal or something, like one of my relatives, older relatives from like Iowa or something. I wish there was more pictures of this. It was such a beautiful property. Actually, wait, do I know? I don't even think I remember the address for this. But there was like a massive gate at the bottom, and then you drive all the way up, and then there was another massive gate with a huge iron H on it for Hershey Hill. And it was all like the call button security gates, but I used to slip through the gates because I was like super skinny and tiny at the time. But yeah, this was so cool. I miss this house. It was beautiful. Whatever. No pool in SoCal? I know. Isn't that crazy? That's how crazy we were, apparently. Um, where was this located? In the land of Chino Hills. Yeah, so I'm just on here on the request of Galaxy. So Galaxy, where are you? You better pop in this chat right now. I don't even know why I did this. I was gonna go watch Black Adam because I was starting it last night, and then my friend was like bugging me, seeing like if I wanted to hang out. And I was like, I've been kind of in the dumps, like pretty sad, feeling sorry for myself. He was like, I'll just come over and cheer you up. I was honestly questioning my sanity at the end of the night. Felt like I was just floating through jelly space. And what's really funny is I finally realized what men feel like when us women are talking their heads off. Like, he was talking to me last night, and it was so funny because it was something he's like really passionate about, which makes it so much worse. But he was talking to me about something he was super passionate about, going on and on. And I kid you not, I couldn't even pick up, like, I could probably pick up like 2% of what he was telling me. And it felt like subconsciously I was in this like spaceship in like jelly space, right? And I could hear words being said out in the distance, and they were trying to like penetrate the spaceship. Like, they were trying to get in so I could hear what was being said, but it was just selective hearing. And I finally turned to him and I was like, this is why men don't understand what women say half the time. And I don't feel bad anymore, because all I want for you to do is to shut up and stop telling me about people I don't know, things I don't care about, and places I've never been. And it was so funny because I'm like, this is what men feel like. It was just like I wanted so badly for the ranting to just stop. I still kind of feel like that. So now I'm like, I kind of feel bad when I talk to you guys, because I think it's probably the same concept. Half the stuff I talk about, you don't know who the people are. You don't know what this topic is. And it's just like, why should I know these strangers? Why should I know about this information? Oh man, it was great though. It was absolutely great. So what do you guys want me to talk about tonight? Do you want me to talk Forrest Fenn stuff? Like, I don't really know what to talk about for Forrest Fenn right now. Like, do you want me to interpret scrapbooks, interpret the chapters in TTOTC? Like, I don't really know what everyone's vibing with, anyone, like what they want to really talk about. Hold on. Hold, please. Okay. Sorry. I know I'm behind the curve here, but did it actually come out who bought the olive jar? Yeah, so this is the thing. It's fascinating. And again, myself and others believe that the person who bought the olive jar is actually a smokescreen, kind of like a fallback, right? You get all the focus on the shiny object, which is this person that put his name out there and everything. So again, I want to reiterate, there's no doxing whatsoever here. This person came into Discord with his full name as his name handle, okay? And said he bought the pickle jar. And we were just like, it's an olive jar. How dare you call the olive jar a pickle jar? Made no sense whatsoever. So now in Discord we call him Pickle Man because he was like, I bought the pickle jar. So I did a quick search on him while he was in the chat saying he bought it. Because again, in the Chase community, there's been so many weird things that happen that you can't discount anything. So the moment this guy came in and said he bought the pickle jar, I was already screenshotting what he was saying, Googling his name on LinkedIn, finding that he works as a production company, writer, screenwriter, stuff like that. And then what was fascinating to me was immediately right after I collected all that, I was asking him in the chat, I was like, hey, are you a producer or in association with a production company? And he said no. And see, you guys, I don't like it when people say no when they should be saying yes, because it's blatantly obvious that they are. So I did what I always do. I just dropped the screenshot showing his LinkedIn stating he is in fact associated with a production company, his own production company, and he's also a screenwriter. And he got his fortune in cryptocurrency, which I find very fascinating. So what I'm also interested in is the fact that, you know, I've always known there's like a multitude of different production companies that would be, you know, fighting to obtain the olive jar, because even though Shiloh said that the contents of the olive jar would be copyrighted, I'm curious to see like who would be on the side. So we know we have Netflix, right? It's always bouncing back to Netflix, which is Vox. But then there's Calvary too. Calvary is also a production company. And then there's Stick Figure Productions, I believe. That's another option that I screenshotted before. And then I think there's one more. No, Jigsaw Productions fell through so far, but they could bounce back again because Netflix fell through last year and they bounced back. So the question is, this person who purchased the olive jar, I think he's smoke and mirrors screen for one of these production companies. And when I was looking into some details of the person who bought the olive jar, I did see something that can connect them back to Cavalry. I don't know if it could connect back to Shiloh, but I'm not really trying to connect it back to Shiloh just yet, but I did see this person is an angel investor. An angel investor is tied to cryptocurrency, right? And when you look into Calvary Media, I did see that they are also associated with angel investors. So it could be the connection that ties the person who purchased the olive jar to Calvary. I don't have any, validated proof yet, just screenshots and like little rabbit hole connections, things like that. But to me, from my perspective of looking into this, it looks like Calvary might be in association with the person who purchased the olive jar. But we won't know anything for a year. That's what the person said. He came in Discord and was like, I bought the pickle jar. You guys won't hear anything for a year. And again, I'm not doxing anybody. And I get really annoyed when people say, oh, they're doxing, they're doing this. It's just like, no, when someone uses their full name as their name handle, they dox themselves. And it's not like I'm posting their address on anything. I'm just telling you, hey, I looked up his LinkedIn and it shows right here that he is a producer and he's a writer, screenwriter, and he has certain connections. So I'm just curious about if there's going to be any update soon. Is there going to be, is this going to be all dealt out via the next season of the podcast for Calvary? Like, I don't know. Is it even Calvary? Did I mess up and it's not Calvary? I'm not sure. I'm just saying, again, the only connection I found with the buyer that links back to Calvary is angel investors. Okay. Cryptocurrency. So this guy made his fortune in cryptocurrency. He's an angel investor, and then shows that another connection with Calvary's angel investor. Bought it, that could release the info instead of trying to make money off of it, but of course not surprised to hear this. So I actually want to address that too, because I know Ben's been pretty upset lately because of the comments insinuating that he ruined it for the chase community. And I hope nobody buys into that or gives any validity to that. We knew ever since the bid that he was privately trying to offer on the olive jar before the auction even went live. Um, we knew that the day that his offer was leaked, which was $50,000, that he went live and he announced that he would no longer be bidding on the olive jar because he was upset that one, they leaked the offer amount that he was trying to do, and two, it wasn't being ran properly, right? So since we already knew, he went live and stated, I will no longer be offering anything on the olive jar. All of us took with a grain of salt his comments on, I'm going to go to 100K, I'm going to go to 10 million. Like, do you think Ben would spend $100,000 on that olive jar? Sure, he's DB Cooper obsessed and he loves the story, but he also likes to be funny. And I still don't understand, nor can I comprehend, how even if he did say he was going to bet, say, $100,000 for the olive jar, why people wouldn't have bet themselves. Well, think about it this way. A lot of us in the chase community, we can't afford money like that, like 40,000, 50,000, let alone $100,000. Okay. We can't afford money like that. So it was already going to be a small pool of bidders on the olive jar to begin with. So I don't understand why people are trying to blame Ben for the community, quote unquote, not getting the olive jar. Like, people had 12 days pretty much to come together, put funds together, and devise a plan on how they would be able to bet for the olive jar. Like, there wasn't really that much of a bet or a bidding war to begin with for that olive jar. And for, like, it almost makes it seem like if people were under the impression that Ben was going to bet 100,000 for the olive jar, it's unfair for them to try and put all that pressure and put it on him to obtain the olive jar. For all we know, Ben could have bid $100,000, and then the person who actually won the olive jar could have bid like 115,000. This guy came from, I don't know where his finances, again, it says that he's cryptocurrency. So he's like living in an $11 million mansion right now. Okay. $11 million mansion. So do you think he would have stopped at 100,000? No, he probably would have kept going, because again, I think this man was a smoke and mirror screen for another media production company, or his media production company is probably going to team up with someone else to do the story. I don't know. All I know is Ben is not the reason why the community does not have the olive jar. I'm pretty sure that whatever media company is linked to this person who purchased the olive jar, they were going to get that olive jar regardless. That's what I think is happened. And the fact that it only went for like 48,000 max, it just goes to show, no one really wanted to bet that much anyways. Like, the other big items that were sold were the necklace, right? The necklace, and then the frog. And there's not that many heavy hitters in the community that can afford money like that. Like, you got Packer Jack, you got Delkin. Sometimes you have Copper Dan, sort of. It doesn't really matter. So if other people were that heavy set on obtaining the contents of that olive jar, they had over 12 days to partner up with other people that did have a good amount of money, where all of you could have come together to bet a bigger number, right? But you didn't. So again, it's not Ben's fault that there was false rumors talking about him betting 100,000. And I just don't get why people do that sometimes, why they try and put the blame on other people when, as adult, they should have had a backup plan. You always have a plan B. If you were that set on obtaining something like that, you should have had a plan B, and you should not have made Ben your plan B. It makes no sense for you to do that unless you were trying to focus the blame on him instead of taking accountability for what you should have had planned beforehand. That's how I see it. So I hope people don't hold Ben to like the reason why we don't have the olive jar. I feel like that olive jar and the contents of that olive jar are so important and so delicate that if one of us in the community did end up obtaining it, it still would have had legalities behind it. Like Shiloh specifically said, you do not have permission to reiterate or share or broadcast any of the information within that story. So it's like, okay, what are we doing with this person? I don't really care at this point. I think that the best I have for this person who purchased the olive jar is he's either another pawn for another media company, or his media company is going to team up with one of the media companies. And we know Posey's linked to Netflix. Shiloh could be linked to any of them, or Shiloh could be doing his own thing. Again, you've got Big Stick Productions, or sorry, not Big Stick, Stick Figure Productions, and a few others. So it's all up in the air, and we can't really do anything about it at this point. I got the best that I could. The guy, again, made his fortune in cryptocurrency. He runs a production company, and he's a screenwriter. That's all we have. So if you start hearing some new production companies coming out or anything like that, maybe that will give you enough of the puzzle piece to connect to later. But I don't really have much else to go off of, except for this person claimed to have been in the chase when it was going on, and they did search. So that's all you pretty much have to go off of right now. The olive jar itself, again, I believe there could be little hints and clues pertaining to what the story really is. Because think about it, it's always been about the story, right? And again, Fenn said he took the story out of the jar that explains why the place where the chests resided was so special to him. And again, he said that you would never really understand why he chose that spot. It's not special upon like first glance. It's only special to him based on the history of it. So like, is it 9 Mile? I don't know. I think what really counts is the story itself, not the location, but the story surrounding what led up to the location. And again, the story keeps seeming to allude to Skippy. And if you guys remember, recently, it was like back in May or June of this year, Cynthia said she was going to be dropping her new book called Under a Canopy of Stars. And she made a little promo video right before, I want to say it was like mid-May. It was right when Shannon and Christy and Cynthia were all up in Yellowstone scoping out 9 Mile Hole, right? And when she was doing this little teaser trailer video for the promotion of her book, she did put in the information saying 2 brothers, and it was pertaining to like pirates, like a pirate adventure. And it was associated with 9 Mile Hole again. So she clearly has more information and a story. And I think ever since the whole lawsuit with McCracken, when that came out, and Yellowstone was basically telling Jack Stoof, like, if you talk about anything pertaining to the location of where it resided within the park, we're going to sue you, stuff like that. Obviously, I think they put pressure on Cynthia too. And that's why now her book is not out. Like she said that it was going to be out in June of this year, June 5th specifically of this year. And it's not out. It hasn't been out. She said, oh, I had to revise some stuff. I started doing more editing, and she's working on releasing it. But I think it's because Yellowstone. I think Yellowstone put pressure not only on Cynthia, but Jack Stoof and a few others. And that's really fascinating because, again, in her promo, it was alluding to not just Forrest, but also Skippy. So you look at the LLC to Source of Grotto, right? That links back to the Salvador and Scrapbook 111 compliments of, Granny bringing that to my attention. And I was thinking, when I first saw Tesoro on the magazine, everyone's like, well, that's just common. That's like Portuguese, or that's this. I agree. But then again, there are people in the community that are very passionate about the scrapbooks and trying to decode them. One of them is Gigi, Gallatin Ghost. She's amazing. She's phenomenal at it. Same thing with Huli. And the thing is, the scrapbook 111, right? Is it just because Posey or whoever else is associated with Tesoro Sagrados LLC, are they aware of that story and that's why they decided to take on that name for the LLC? Or is this more family oriented and the family could be associated and teamed up with it? I think it's more so whatever the story is, the little clues that are being left behind, again, are pointing to Skippy specifically. So should we look more into the Salvador? Possibly, because again, when I was at Fenn's house in 2019 and he let me go into his vault, he gave me some of those coins that Skippy, or not Skippy, I think it was Creighton, right? Creighton and Dale. I think Skippy was already gone by then, but it was Creighton and Dale. They were on the ship for the Salvador and they found all that stuff. They found the marbles, they found the coins. And Forrest gave me some of those marbles and coins. And I'm like, oh, are they haunted? I'm scared. I didn't know the history until now. I find it fascinating, but it's really interesting that Tesoro links back to the Salvador. And if you were to just research the El Salvador in Uruguay, just research it and see where it takes you back to. It's a really fascinating story. And it's a really fascinating treasure. And the fact is, the government ended up not even allowing them to take any of that, allegedly. It was this like massive treasure find. And they were promised, a piece of the pie, and they ended up not being able to do it. And I remember one time when I had Dale on my channel, I was doing like interviews for him. I had him on like, I think twice. He was talking about doing the excavation of that ship. And he said he had to smuggle like glass. He found like, china or glass or something, like these little glass cups. He had to smuggle them off the ship because they wouldn't like really let them have anything. And can you imagine being someone who spent X amount of years searching for this thing and actually finding it and going underwater, salvaging all this pirate treasure from the El Salvador, and then being told you can't have anything? I'd be like, no, this is my project. This is my baby. So I just find it fascinating that everything just keeps tying into Skippy. Grandfather of fascinating. Terry Daly, grandfather of surrealism art. Fascinating. Let's see. My heavens to Betsy, where is Galaxy? He said he wanted me to go live, and so I'm live. Where is he? Sir, I do not approve. I do not approve. I don't know. Maybe if I use my lip plumper again, I'll summon Pam into my chat room. I'm sorry, I had to leave Streets Live last night after that. I was just like, I don't want to sit here and be like lectured on my lips. So I left. I did other stuff. I did like pick up my depression corner, and I still need to break down my shoe, my shoe organizer. It's too big. Like I don't really have a place to put it. So I need to break it down, just like put it under the bed. Because I got under the bed shoe storage, which is a lot better. And I just need to start like making room for everything. Just need to make room for everything so I can feel better. But yes, I now have another dresser that is built so I can put more clothes in there. I'm just being really laggy right now. Ugh. I'll probably do it in a little bit. Am I going to build my desk though? No, I think I'm going to call one of my guy friends over to assemble this bitch, because this desk is quite heavy. And I feel like if I try and do this, I'm probably going to ruin it, which is not good. So yeah. Clue 9. Okay. So let me see. Again, you guys, it's not fun to just sit here by myself talking to myself. not really my cup of tea at the moment. I got blocked by Street last night, but whatever, it's his channel. Wait, why'd you get blocked by him? That makes no sense. What'd you say, JK? Like, did you talk about religion or something? What happened before his death? I'm not sure, Cloudy. I'm not sure. There's some interesting things that we'll probably never understand why they were brought up or mentioned. It's just how it goes. But yeah. I ended up putting on my Christmas jammies, by the way. I decided to wear them last night because I was just like, I want to watch a really good movie. I want to wear Christmas jammies. And then I ordered my wood ranch, which I have leftovers, which I will probably heat up in an hour or so because it's so delicious last night. But I have all of that for leftovers. And then today I was kind of like, I want to order breakfast. So I got the badass breakfast burritos. Oh my God, they're so good. I got those. And then I got a delicious milk tea from, I think it was Share Tea or something. So good. I'm out of it now though. So I'm like, no. I got blocked for being worried about Rob and they even blocked Rob. Wait, what? I don't think they blocked Rob. He gave me a wrench and I accidentally hit Rob and Copper Dan. Oh. Oh. Well, I could try and talk to Street for you, Jeff. I could tell him, because I remember I gave a wrench to Alan Kelly and he accidentally like had the phone and the chat in his pocket and it just went on a blocking spree for like all kinds of people out of nowhere. And then he was like, I feel so bad, block me, take away my wrench. And I was like, no, you're good. But sometimes that happens. Like you'll be just chilling with your phone and then you'll accidentally like hit stuff because you're a mod. And it's like, I did that yesterday to INFJ accidentally. I went to like push something else and it accidentally put her in timeout. I was like, oh no. So, touch screen phones are a little complicated nowadays. No. And you know what I found out too? I realized because again, I'm starting from scratch. Uh we used to start with like Street on my channel, right? Just hanging out talking aliens. And then he started his channel, he started building up, and I was like super happy that he started his own channel and going live on Saturdays. And now the tables have turned. In his chat room, there's like, 70 plus people hanging out. And then mine, I'm like max maybe 30 nowadays because I think I have like 50 subscribers now. But it's just so funny because like when I first started my channel, my original channel, I started without even ever exposing my face. It was always just my voice. And I was gonna be like Galaxy, like, hey, Galaxy, he's in the chat right now. I was gonna be like him, right? I was just gonna do my voice and I was gonna forever make it like a mystery of who I was. And Ben was like, no, 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 cannot do this. Put your face on camera. I'm like, what? Why? I'm very shy. But when COVID hit, I like kind of was bored and I was just like, whatever. But the first videos I started, they were always videos I created of like information slides and photos and like really cool voiceovers. And I still have those and I might put them up again, but it's not the same anymore. Just give you a sub, keep it up and keep plugging away. Oh, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. Let's see. Wait, what? Are you serious? Wait, are you serious, John Teeter? Hold on. What? I ended up leaving Street's thing because Pam was just like going on about my lips and stuff. So I wasn't in the mood. So I ended up leaving. Are you serious right now? Like, where the hell is Rob right now? What the hell? Hold on. What the hell? Um, hold on. What the hell? Okay, so I have Rob's email, so I just reached out to him, but that's really messed up. I hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. That is really messed up. What the fuck? He gave up his dog? What the fuck, dude? Like, I don't have his phone number. The only thing I have is his email that he reached out to me on. Um, yeah, I just emailed him, but I don't have his phone number. I don't have his address. Like, I don't have any of that. What the fuck? So this was going on a streets chat and like nobody gave a shit? Like, was he actually saying he was doing this stuff in chat? What the hell? What the fuck? He was? And like nobody did anything at all about it. Like I literally left. I could not handle the comments and stuff, so I just like left the chat, left YouTube, and I was watching Black Adam. I ordered a bunch of food and I was just like chilling on my own. So, John, you got kicked out of chat. So, Angie says none of us did. We gave a shit, but he wouldn't let us help. Dude, what the fuck? People were trying to reach out to him. Yeah, like I don't have his phone number or his address or anything. All I have is an email, which I think is his like ex-wife's email. He also stopped posting. Wait, he posts? Does he like post on his YouTube channel or like because I don't have him on Facebook or anything. Trust was trying to talk to him and the group was trying to get him to join the video to talk. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Hey, there's Street. What? Connecting to audio. Hey, Street.
Hey, what's going on? I heard I popped in and seen the talk about Rob. No, we were all conversing with him. JK, I gave him a wrench, the only wrench in the room, and he started deleting everybody's opinions about Rob. He deleted Rob, hit him, Copper Dan. He can say it was an accident, but I don't think so. There was too many deletions. And yes, we were concerned. We were trying to get Rob on. We had him talking in the chat. I don't know what John saying he was blocked because, well, I didn't block. The only person I blocked last night, that was JK, but JK was eliminating a lot of comments and blocking a
Why didn't
lot
you
of.
just take his wrench away instead of blocking him?
I took his wrench away and blocked him because I gave him an opportunity. You want to act a fool? I don't want you around anyhow. I've heard the things he's said about me. I don't even know why he's in there.
Well, this is depressing. It's almost Christmas, and now I think Rob's not okay. I don't know how to reach him. I only have his like email, and I didn't even know this was happening because I honestly I didn't really want to deal with Pam's commentary on my lips and stuff, so I just like left. I started eating dinner and watching like Black Adam. I was chilling in Christmas jammies. Like I've been in like really shitty headspace myself. So I kind of was just trying to find a way to just feel a little bit better. So I like built my dresser and cleaned up my room and stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm somewhat okay. But like what the fuck? I didn't know any of this was happening.
No, there was a large group of us talking to him. I kept encouraging him to come on. Um, he didn't want to, so we just kept up the conversation um, through the people in chat was constantly talking to him. I know Luli was there. I was reading a lot of comments reaching out. No one was discouraging him. No, everyone was encouraging him. So, I don't know what picture people, the chat I seen before I popped on, they're painting a picture that just didn't exist, man. No, he was getting all the support we could give him. I mean, I don't know what else. Troy has his phone number. I know Troy was reaching. I don't know. I haven't spoke to Troy since then. I took it as not hearing from Troy. I don't know if he talked to Rob or what, but no, we were conversing with him the whole time.
I'm so confused. Like, trust me, I get it. Like, I was literally in that mental headspace, like right when I moved in, and I realized like my old life is never going back to how it was. I got to the point where I was like Googling Benadryl pills, like what happens if you take too many of them. Like, I hate that I'm admitting this, but I did. I was Googling it, and I reached out to Nick.
How many does it take to fall asleep and not wake up?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
I messaged Nick and I was telling him, I'm like, I'm at a headspace right now where I'm like considering just taking a bunch of these. And he's like, he didn't go like, oh, no. He was like, I can have an entire team at your house right now and they can lock you up until you get your shit together. Like, he wasn't babying me, nothing. He was like, look, I'm going to tell you this one time and one time only. You ever fucking say this shit to me again, there's going to be a team at your house. And I was just like, holy shit. And then I realized, you know what? I don't want to be that stupid. But dude, that's just fucked. Like, I can't believe Rob was talking about that in chat.
Well, last week when he did a bunch of lives, you could tell he was in a dark place. He had a lot on his mind, and his whole demeanor changed. He went from someone that was always like throwing in his comments to something like fuck this, fuck that. Everything just changed. And I think that was like last week, about 8, 9, 10 days ago. And when he came, like I said, when he came on, everyone, there was quite a few people and they were reaching out to him. He was engaging. So I took that as a good sign. And then he kind of disappeared for a while. And then I think right before he did mention he's been crushing pills all day. And I don't know. I don't remember what pill. I don't think he said what pills he was crushing. I think he said he bought them at a grocery or like a pharmacy or whatever, a drugstore. So like over the counter.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't. But I'll say it again. Anyone that was in that room last night or hell, it's still up. It's anyone can watch it. Everyone that I saw was reaching out to him in a positive way. And then all of a sudden, JK, boom, I looked down, I went on got carried on in the conversation and kind of got drifted off into thought. And I looked down at chat and there was all types of messages deleted, people hidden. And I'm like, what the hell, man? What the hell? And he even deleted Rob. And then he said, oh, it was an accident. Come on, man. You must think I'm an idiot.
Yeah, but I know Jeff.
Now, hold on. No, you got to go through several steps. You have to first hit their name, and then a chart pops up of what you want to do. And you have to hit that, not once, not twice. I think there was like 3 or 4 people that he hid, blocked, and then deleted a bunch of messages. I know Luli had a bunch of messages deleted. They were all towards Rob. And I took it quite personal. It rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but I know JK Pioneer, and he's one of the most kind people I've ever like met and been around. And so if there was something that serious happening, I know he wouldn't have done something like that.
Well, whatever. I'm not going to change it. I blocked him, and I don't care if he watches, listens, or whatever. I don't care. Whatever. Go his own way. And like he said, it's my channel. Yeah, you're right. It is my channel.
It's just so close to the holidays too. That's so dangerous because I know people get really sad, lonely during the holidays. Like, I was getting sad and lonely, and it's lonely and cold when you're like on your own, especially during the holidays season. So that's really fucked up.
Yeah. Well, we were engaging him as best as possible. I mean, Pam encouraged to come on. I encouraged him. Troy, everybody was saying, come on, hang out. We'll bullshit.
I wish I knew this was happening though, because I would have given him the fuck you tough love like Nick gave me. Like that's sometimes the only thing that will happen to do something to help. It's not like babying them. It's not like, oh, I'm here. You have a friend to talk to. Oh, here's a phone number to call. No, it's like, bitch, if you tell me this, I'm having a team at your house called the Bake or something, and you're gonna be locked up and held against your own fucking, like, they basically put you in a mental insane asylum until you're fucking evaluated and prove you're not gonna do something stupid.
Well, then again, I think that to be approached like that, it depends on who it is. A perfect stranger, an acquaintance, I wouldn't advise that approach, but someone that yeah, I would advise that approach. Sure. No, we really don't. I mean,
Well, I
honestly,
mean, Nick
we
deals with
really don't.
overdoses all the time. That's literally his job. And I didn't even think about it when I was just like, oh, I'm thinking about doing something stupid. He's like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yeah, I don't know. It was strange, man. And it just, like I said, when I looked down and saw all that, I was infuriated, man. I'm like, what the fuck? Seriously?
Dude, I don't handle shit like that very well either. Like, I don't handle suicide stuff well. Like, one time, my best friend, he messaged me one day, and he like normally doesn't talk to me as much anymore, but one day he like messages me out of the blue saying like, I need you. I'm thinking about doing something stupid. And normally I'll like run from that shit. But this time I was like, I stuck it out and I talked to him and I convinced him to just, leave the girl he was with. She was like instigating it, making it much worse than what it should have been. And so I was there and I helped him. And so now he's good. He lives in North Carolina now. He has a girlfriend. He's a paramedic. Like he's good. But if I wasn't there that night to talk him down, I don't know what would have happened, especially because he's in the Navy, or he was in the Navy. And people who go to war, it's more likely that they're going to do something stupid because of all the trauma and shit. So I don't normally handle the shit very well. Just like death. Like when I lose someone, I do not handle it well at all. Like I ran away when my grandparents died. I did not want to go to say goodbye. Like I was just like, I'm gonna be over here crying. Leave me the fuck alone. I do not handle shit like this. So
I think I've mentioned it before. I think it's morbid to go to a funeral home and I don't want to look at a loved one in a box, man. That's not saying goodbye. I think that's morbid. I never have. So like, I can relate to you running away. No, I don't want to look at them in a box, man. I'm good. Thanks. What the hell do I want to see that for?
But when my grandpa passed, like they called me and they're like going up the hill to say goodbye. And I was like, what are you talking about? No, I don't want to go up there and say goodbye. That's like fucking traumatizing.
Yeah. Well, I can't say it enough, man. The whole, what I witnessed, the whole chat room was supportive, and like I said, that all those blocks and deleted.
But that's also unfair to you, though, to have that in your chat room and to have that thrust upon you to be responsible for it just because it's in your chat room. Like that's not okay either. Like situations like this are so delicate and so hard to do, like to know where to approach or what to do with it. And I feel terrible. Like, I don't know if he's okay. The only email I have for him is, I think his ex-wife's email he emailed me on. Cause I went into my emails right now and I typed in Rob G and I found like one email that he sent through. And he's like, hey, it's Rob G from chat, but it says someone named Tiffany. And I was like, okay. So I just replied to that. But I don't know where he lives. I don't know his phone number. I don't know any other emails. I don't know how to contact him aside from the chat rooms.
Well, I did interrupt the conversation once I looked down and noticed it. I interrupted everybody and said, hey, I apologize, Rob, Copper Dan, whoever else. And I tried to unblock everyone. I said, man, I apologize. John Teeter, you weren't blocked. I don't know where you came up with you were blocked. You weren't blocked last night. But I apologized to Rob and I said, hey, I don't know what the hell that was, man. I apologize. And as soon as, I think I even commented, I said, as soon as JK print or post something again, I'm going to block him. And sure enough, he was like, that was an accident. And I seen it and I blocked him.
Well, there's Troy. Troy just came in chat. You said
I'm
Troy
on
was
my
trying to
phone.
contact
I
him?
can't see chat.
Oh, you can't see chat?
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, you don't know how to do the multiple. Okay, so I got to teach you the ways of the new world. Okay, so you could actually have the Zoom be a tiny little square in the corner of your phone. Do you see the white line at the very bottom of Zoom?
The white through three dots?
No, the white bar. It's like it's a bar at the very edge of your phone.
Oh,
next
yeah,
to
yeah,
the two
okay.
dots. So if you click that and you just like either click it or you just like flick it up. If you flick
Click
it
on
up,
the more button.
no, not the more button. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you this.
I don't have a line. When I hit the screen, I got the mic at the bottom of the screen, the video, share, participants, and then more.
Hold on, I'm showing you. So it's going to show you a more.
Chat? If I hit chat?
No, that's for us chat. Hold on. Let me share this with you so I could walk you through it.
Yeah, I'm old, man. I push as less buttons as I can because it seems when I start pushing buttons, I just screw shit up.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, do you see that white? There's two dots right there, right? And then there's this big line, the white bar.
Right.
So if you click your phone once, it'll show mute, start participants chat video, right?
Right.
So if you click it again, all of that will go away and it'll just show two-way dots, right? You tap your phone once, it shows your whole bar, chat, reactions.
Yep.
But if it goes away, you have a white bar underneath and you just flick it up and it'll make your phone, like the little screen for your Zoom, it'll go into a corner and then you'll be able to access all your other apps on your phone.
Yeah, it ain't no, I don't see no white line.
Well, even if you see the two-way dots, it's still the same concept. You just flick it up and it'll like put your Zoom out of full focus. It'll put it in the corner.
Okay.
Did it work?
Nope. We'll drop it. I'm aggravated. Never mind. Forget it.
Oh my god. Hey, Galaxy.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, guys?
I was trying to teach Street the ways of the new world.
What kind of phone does he have?
A cheapy Samsung, a little one.
Is it touchscreen?
Yeah. No, it's a flip phone. I can't even have a screen. No. Yeah, it's got a screen.
I feel like you should be able to hit the middle button and it'll just like minimize your screen down. But I don't know if it's worth trying. I feel like you're inclined.
Yeah, I don't want to push my luck, man. I'm lucky enough just to get on here.
Oh my gosh, I have no words.
So were you in there last night, Galaxy, when all that was going down?
I was, yeah.
Okay. What was your perspective of it?
I don't know. I didn't think it was as serious until it was brought up again today. But you guys were all supportive, and I thought everyone was really nice about it. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the reason why I'm live right now, Galaxy, so you better talk.
I felt like Street's show last night was really good.
It was different, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, I know why it was different. I wasn't there. That's why it was so good.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, I think you're right.
I liked that you guys were pushing Troy.
Well, everybody gets their turn, but like I tried to allude to the fact that even though we can strongly disagree and get in arguments, there's no reason we can't meet up on another show and have the same conversation again. I mean, there's no reason to get that butt hurt over people's opinions, I don't think.
Wait, what happened?
It's just the usual disagreements and how it can get heated about, biases or whatever you want to call it, beliefs.
I mean, I tend to not want to be around certain topics that can be debatable. Like, you guys did start talking about certain things where it's not even fucking worth debating. So that's another reason why I just like left. I'm like, I'm gonna go watch a movie. I'm gonna do something that cheers me up. Because
yeah, I know my comments with you. We've talked long enough. Me messing with you, I'm not like trying to hurt your feelings. I was just from my age growing up in the Midwest. It's just like like Troy and I was laughing about a vacuum cleaner. It's just,
no, you were good.
It's out of my league. That type of mindset is just totally out of my league, man. I can't understand that.
No, you were fine. I wasn't talking about that at all. I kind of just got annoyed with like Pam's comments about like the lip plumper thing, and then like your lips are gonna be saggy in a couple of years. Like I don't want to deal with that. I'm just like, no, I'm already in an annoyed headspace as it is, and I know she wasn't trying to insult me. I know she's trying to like come from a good place, but sometimes you don't want to deal with it. It's kind of like, look, if it was dangerous, if I was doing something stupid, that'd be on me, but it's not. And it was just supposed to be funny. Like you and Troy were like, what, a lip plumper? Can I see it work in action? I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. It's funny. But then it just got to the point where it's like, look, I could be in Hollywood getting freaking fake like lipo and lip plumper shit and all kinds of crap injected into my face. I'm not like that. But then it started going into like politics, which I'll talk politics, right? I don't mind. But when they start talking about like all the other things and like, oh, if it's okay to be against people who are gay, like I don't like talking about that shit because it's not cool.
Well, it wouldn't be a show without you silently creeping out of it. You seem to do that a lot lately.
I mean, at first I was just on mute and off camera because I like my dinner that I ordered got delivered. So I was like, I want my food. I got like a barbecue tri-tip sandwich that was like freaking fire. So I'm like, I'm here. I'm annoyed, but I want to eat my food. Leave me alone.
Well, I'm going to coin it a new phrase, pull it a galaxy.
Pulling a galaxy.
It's the best way.
It is. You just creep away. You look over 1 minute, they're there, bam, they're gone.
I don't even think anyone would notice, but Candy seems to notice when I leave, and she always has to point it out.
Because I always feel bad because I feel like I gotta step up for you sometimes because you're so I guess I could say meek is the right term for this. Like you let other people overpower you when you try and talk, and then they'll just talk over you. And I'm like, Galaxy, were you trying to say something? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, be louder, do something. Like I feel terrible. People talk over you all the time.
Well, I don't like. I feel like it makes it too confusing. Who wants to listen to people talking over each other?
Yeah, but the point is, it's like it was your turn to talk. You were in the middle of it, like trying to say something, and someone else stepped over you and started talking over you. And it's like, look, you either got to be, hey, I was talking, or someone else needs to do it for you because you're just so like, oh, I wasn't trying to say anything. And when you do talk, you say some really great, intelligent comments, especially about things that you've noticed in the chase community or in the book or with the double chest theory. Like there's really good commentary coming from you and people don't give you the enough time to talk about it.
I've noticed there's a lot of panels where you have no choice. Everyone on it is like strong-minded and you have to interrupt.
Oh yeah.
There's times where like certain people, I'll interrupt them just to throw them off their game plan, just to fuck with them. I'll just interrupt the shit out of them.
But what's funny is like when we're in speakeasy, I started having to do that because like Jeremy, Ben, and like a few others would always like talk over me while I was like mid-sentence. And so finally one day I was just like talking over them and they're like, Jeremy was talking. I'm like, oh, was he talking? I wasn't aware of this. And I don't care because my theory is more relevant than his. And they were like, damn. And I was like joking because, it's Jeremy. Cheers a friend. But I was like, in order to be heard, I need to tell y'all to shut the fuck up.
Well, that's a good example. Ben, you have to interrupt him. If he's on your panel, you have to interrupt him, man. You have no choice. You have to.
Yeah, but it's because he's so passionate. And when he starts talking about something he's passionate about, he goes on like a tangent.
Yeah.
Which I have the same problem.
What were you saying, Galaxy? I'm sorry I interrupted you. What were you saying?
I didn't really have anything to say, but I know that's how a lot of people are, but
Exhibit A. How many kids do you have when one was born? Wait, what? What are they talking about? I only have one account. This one. Why does John Teeter think that I have a fake account? You have a fake account as a mod. Wait, what?
Ooh.
I've only got 2 other accounts and I've never hidden those. It's Saleless Canis, which everyone knows about, and then my stashes and caches. That's weird. But yeah, anyways, what did you want me to go live for tonight, Galaxy?
I don't know. I was bored. I guess I didn't get enough last night.
I didn't even see half the stuff you guys were talking about. I kept just like, I'd pop in and I'd be like, I'm bored, I'm going.
I thought what Davey B was saying was interesting. Even some of what Troy says is interesting, even though he's kind of a dick.
Did you want me to let Troy in?
I don't care.
I forgot. He said he was trying to get in, and then where is he? Okay, here you go. Just you got to learn to talk over him when you want to talk, okay? Well, I just let him in. Where is he? Oh, yeah, he's off camera and on mute.
There was a wide range of topics discussed last night, man. A wide range.
Street, I said it in the chat last night, but Pam never got a chance to answer. But I said, like, it's so contradictory that she says that Jack is an actor, and then the next minute she's saying, Fenn is manipulating all of it. Like, he's the one that wrote the story of Jack. And like, trust in Fenn.
Yeah. I think I do remember reading that in there. I don't know.
I remember when Pam was kind of trying to paraphrase the email that she got. She was insinuating that Jack was as real as the writer wanted him to be. Do you remember that?
As real as the author who created him.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So
and that once again, that was her words. That was her opinion.
So if that's her interpretation, is it safe to assume that the author is Forrest?
That's the way she makes it seem.
But then again, we gotta remember this is all her own interpretation of whatever she received, right?
Right.
Yeah. I had a theory. What if the Medium article that she got has somebody else's name and the story is like exactly the same, or if it's just blank where it identifies a person, like almost like fill in the blank.
Ooh, I like that.
And that's why she thinks it could have been anybody. So it's like he's playing out the parts that are already written.
I like that. Have you ever tried asking Pam that question? Like,
yeah, a bunch of times in the chat, I think.
See, you're so quiet, but when you do talk, you come up with some really good theories.
Well, I've said it many times. I have a hard time, man, focusing on chat and the conversation at hand. I'm like I have to pay attention to one or the other. I remember looking down and seeing it. It was early on when Pam first came in. And then I don't know what the conversation was at. It just kind of drifted away, man.
I think she was
Hey,
about to
Justin.
answer and you opened your mouth.
I probably screwed it up. I apologize, man.
Hey, Justin.
Hello, ADO Jack. How you doing?
What's
I'm
up,
excited.
Justin?
I have you on my panel. You're back.
Yeah, I figured I'd come on for a little while anyhow. I don't have anything really particular to talk about.
Well, what about what Galaxy just said? How he
What
has
did
a
you
theory
say?
that the email that Pam received via like Forrest that was meant for Shiloh that has part of the Medium article written. The one she received had either another person's name in it or a fill in the blank.
I do believe she got it for some reason. And I want to say because I think Forrest trusted her for something, that it went to her. It's like, okay, you should have this information. You'll know what it's for when you need to know.
I like that.
It's
Well,
like she knows for sure that he's, an actor, or not an actor, but
we're getting dangerously close to Barbara territory here.
he's being instructed somehow.
A fictional character.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I agree with that because remember when we first learned of his name, I went and looked it up, and his name literally translates to mean supplanter and senseless talk. Like, again, I read some interesting books, like every type of genre book you could think of, and one of them is my favorite. It's called The Inheritance Games, and this millionaire, or he was actually a billionaire, he chose a little girl based on her first, middle, and last name because when he used all the letters in her name, he was able to anagram it into making a message for his kids and his grandkids. So that's why he chose her in the entire book series. He's like, oh, I'm going to leave my entire mass fortune to this absolute stranger so that my grandchildren can realize I'm leaving them a message and it's a game. It's like, what if Jack Stoof was like that? What if like there's something with his name or a piece of whatever it is that Forrest is using? It's just weird. Millionaires can do so much shit. It's so entertaining to me.
Did Troy ever pop in?
Yeah, I brought him in.
Huh.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Yeah, I'm in the background playing the game again.
Hey.
Hey, by the way, have any of you seen Rob today? I tried to call him. There was no answer about this earlier this evening.
No, I only have his email. So I just found out John Teeter in chat was talking about, I guess he was ODing in chat yesterday.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he said he was crushing up some pills and then he was throwing up, but then near like about an hour after that, he seemed to be like getting into the conversation like everybody was talking about. So I guess he felt better after he threw up, and they were telling him to drink fluids and stuff. So I tried to call him today to check in, but there was no answer. But that's typical. When I call him, usually I call him and then he'll call back like a couple hours later.
Jeez. Well, I heard you guys had a very enlightening conversation last night.
Oh, actually, we had a good conversation. Yeah, I think it was a
missed
good
it.
show. I think it was a good show.
Yeah, it was quite diverse, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, especially the Pam stuff was probably the highlight.
You guys have already replaced me. But can she talk aliens? That's the real question.
I don't know. We're gonna have to put her to the test next time.
Well, she answered the questions that she didn't answer on K Pro Show.
Yeah.
Oh, she did?
Oh yeah,
Like what?
like an hour's worth. You'd have to go back and listen. I think Street should cut that part out and put it out there as a single video, but that's up to him. I mean, I asked her, so why did she do what she did to Greg? Why does, like, we understand that she doesn't want to give out information on Forrest. Then why did you say anything in the first place? And pretty much he explained all of the reasons why. And then Greg came on, and then Greg and her apologized. It was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot Greg jumped on, and I kind of was just like, my head hurt, so I just left. I was like, I don't want to be in here tonight.
Yeah, it was pretty good, I think.
Yes, I thought Pam's explanation was pretty good. Sometimes people are in the middle of something and they try to give an explanation and it's a half explanation and it's not being accepted and they just give up on it. I thought that was pretty thorough last night and it made sense to me.
Well, that's good.
I thought it was good, and I wanted to point out that there is a difference between what she did and what Cynthia and K Pro do. She doesn't have an agenda. She's not trying to make money out of this. So, like, I consider that a little bit different than when you say, haha, I got a secret, tune in next week, So she answered that question too. It was cool, like Justin said.
And I don't think she's, like you said, agenda. She's not pushing a spot either.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Galaxy, do you want to touch base a little bit more on your theory on what you said about Pam and the letter?
I don't really have anything more on that, really, but I do kind of want to say something to Troy. I mean, you've had Davey B talk about there being more than one chest or something else, and I feel like you kind of think that's a possibility, but yeah, when I brought it up in that video, you were talking in facts, like it's 100%, it's not.
No. I wasn't talking about there being more than one chest. I was saying that that image that you showed, I don't see any difference from that to the chest that was on the ground that Forrest Fenn released.
How can you tell?
I wasn't talking about more than one chest. I don't think there was, but yeah, I mean, I could see that being a possibility, sure.
But how can you compare them when it's covered in mud and the corners are cut out? I mean, you can't, of course, from 5 feet away, it's gonna look the same.
Well, somebody has been emailing me all kinds of pictures, and he's stuck on the fact that that latch is wrong, and I had to point out to him like 10 times that if you look at the inside of the chest, there's a square part where it goes into the latch. And what he's seeing is debris buildup. And you're right. I told him, I said, the only way you're going to know for sure is if you can get, and he actually went to because he lived in Texas. He went to the auction house, but then he realized it was behind glass. I said, if you can get in there and open it up and take a picture of the top open and then inside the latch, then we can do a better comparison. But you can't really compare it. And then he said that one of the lines where the latch is missing, and he's wrong. I pointed out where it was. I showed it to him. You could see it. The problem with he was like taking the low res version, not the version that you have. Like the version that you have is the one without the copyright. He was using the low res one, and then he was like zooming way in, and I'm like, you can't do that, especially on the dirt image, because when you got like a dark pixel and a light pixel near each other, when it goes to resample it, it tends to enhance those kind of aberrations. And that's what he was doing. And I pointed out to him, he agreed. But then the latch, and I showed him what I mean by the top. But yeah, you're right. I mean, unless you get a clean version of the picture, of the chest, but there isn't one. I mean, unfortunately, the top is closed in the auction house. So.
Don't you find that kind of convenient?
No, I mean, hey, I don't trust the LLC at all. All I'm saying is like, it kind of, I mean, you didn't make me mad, but like Josh was going fucking crazy. Oh, the leg's missing on the chair. And I'm like, the hell it is. I'm like, you're blind, man. And then, you know, some people were saying, but the discs on the desk in the office, they're too big to fit in the chest. And I'm explaining that's not how it works. You can't do what you're doing. So it was kind of annoying because is the chest that was with Forrest the same one that was in the book? We really don't know because there's no pictures of the left side and the back of the chest that was in the book anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have like a theory that, you know, the one that was found was even the one in the book, but there is another one that he was hinting at throughout the book. And that's the one from scrapbook 158.
Ooh, we're bringing up scrapbook 158 now, there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, you're not the only one that thinks there's more than one chest. So you guys could be right. I just personally don't think so. But that is just an opinion. That's not based on like any image processing or anything like that.
But I have actual proof that Forrest did in fact forge another chest. He made a copy of that chest. So
did you have pictures of it?
I don't have pictures, but I spoke to the person that Forrest, remember when Mike said Forrest told him, don't make any bets just yet because it was like Montana versus Wyoming? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Well, I remember K-Pro or somebody.
Yeah, so that was the person that made the copy. So Forrest reached out to this person to make another copy for him of the chest. But before that, Forrest was telling him exactly what to avoid when casting this very special chest. And he told him he actually did his own copy of the chest himself, and he could never get, I can't remember if it was the left side or the right side, but it's the side we never see.
Yeah, that's, I mean, if you were the treasure chest and your nose was the lock mechanism in the front, it would be the right side. That's the side we never see. And
yeah, I think you're right. And when they went to Heritage Auctions, I was telling him, like, can you get the other side of the chest? And they never did it. They never got the other side, and they never get the inside. It wasn't open. And those are the two ways you can identify if it's a fake or not. And you never see them.
Because we don't have anything to compare the left side to.
Exactly. That's the problem. They did do the right side, or what is the side we're talking about. That's
but you're forgetting we have the original sketches from Roger Sherman Loomis. He was the one that examined the original chest. And Stephanie 30acre, she was one of the first people to find Roger Sherman Loomis, was the one to examine it. And she sent that into Forrest. And he even told her that the very chest that Roger Sherman Loomis was examining was the very same one he ended up purchasing from Eugene Thaw. So the entirety of that chest is in full color.
Well, what we decide, and again, I mean, like I said, if your nose was the clasp that's in the front, the right-hand side, that side has, and you can only see it in the find images, the two ladders are pointing towards each other. And if you look on the left side, the two ladders are both pointing in the same direction. So that's the difference between the two sides. But what I'm saying is when you look in the Thrill of the Chase, there's no pictures of the right side anywhere. I've never seen these drawings. If somebody had pictures and they put them out there, give those.
We posted them a lot of times. Give me a second and I'll do it again. But Galaxy, what was the name of the scrapbook again? The number?
158.
158.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if we had pictures like it, but yeah, give those to Galaxy. I mean, that's the problem is we don't have enough copies of the back and the right side from the Thrill of the Chase. If you have,
I don't even want to do that. I want to see
618.
the inside of scrapbook 158 compared to the one presented. That's the deal. That would prove if it's the same or not, if there's only one.
Well,
You
we
know
already
what I
have confirmation that Forrest himself made a copy, like way back in the day before he ever even hid the chest.
well, you know what I don't understand, and
What's he using it for?
Galaxy, you know what I don't understand? Like, why don't they, like, when they were in the friggin' museum, why doesn't anybody open the chest and take a damn picture of the inside? Okay, why would they not do that? I mean, what are they trying to hide? I was in K Pro's chat and I was telling her, this was on the 10th when she did video of Cynthia there. I'm like, tell her to take a picture of the lock. Tell her to take a picture of because she was holding the box. It wasn't behind glass. And she took a picture of like the sides, but she didn't take a picture of the inside, the bottom. I don't know why they didn't do that. I would have took a picture of everything, the bottom, the top, why they didn't do that. I don't know. So you're right to be suspect about it.
Anything, she took a picture of the inside.
Yeah, but why won't she show it? Why do you think she won't show it?
Because it'll prove that there's a copy out there.
Exactly.
I think that's where the imperfections are hidden.
You're probably right. I'm going to go smoke.
I'm almost at page 618. Hold, please. Okay.
I have a theory on why the pictures in the book don't show that one side of the chest where the other side was used, because the pictures in the book, that chest is the replica chest that he didn't write on that side. And the reason why he used that, and he had to use that, was because he hid the chest much earlier than people think that he hid the chest. In 2010, when he so-called hid the chest, he actually went to go retrieve the chest because he had put it out there many years prior to that. And he retrieved the chest and he put it into a lockbox on the location where it was hidden. So he could always say it's at the location where he put it.
Huh.
But you can't just go in there and get your hands on it. You would have to go through a special procedure in order to get your hands on it.
And that's how he would know when someone found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the information that I'm using to come to that conclusion was based on what the guy, Dalek IG, had said to me. He had told me that. He said, you really think, do people really think that Forrest put a multi-million-dollar chest out in the woods and expected somebody to pick that up and walk away with it? He would be 100% liable if anything happened to that person. And in that case, he would be. He's not liable for people having accidents, but he's liable for something that could be directly caused by something that he did. And I believe that Dalek IG. I think I know who he is, but I can't be positive, but I think I know who it is. So I'm just watching that person. He claims he's the one that took the pictures that first came out. That first picture of the chest in situ, he claims he took that picture and he took more of them and he's going to put out more of them.
Hold on, I'm asking a question real fast.
But that certainly does give an explanation as to why this side has been hidden all this time, why the side was faked in the book, because he kept the replica chest in his vault so nobody knew when he actually put it out on location. he could show it to people and they wouldn't know any different. The thing's sitting in the corner with that side against the wall.
That's one of the reasons why I did them videos on the proxy theory, because I believe that he gives you a literal title, and the chest is not where the poem. It's not like when you look down, there's something there, but there's a title, and you got to execute that title in order to get the real chest. That would be like a way that he would know that it was found, or his estate would know after he passed away. You know what I mean? But the problem with that IG, though, Trusted, what do you think about the fact that, like, how can you trust the pictures he shows? How do you know at this time there's probably thousands of, I mean, because people are really good at creating duplicates, you know?
Well, that's true, but I trust the videos that I watched, and those videos showed me he was at the location I was at. So that's why I'm so willing to accept the information that he's giving.
You know, with back to scrapbook 158, there was a lot of secrecy around the photo being released. I don't understand why it was such a big deal to release a picture so everyone could see it better. You know, there was supposedly only Dale and Fenn and one other person that had access to the high resolution photo.
Why did he change it? The high res one that you're talking about, that's the one without the copyright message, the one you were showing, right?
I think it's even a different one from that. It's one that was sent directly from Fenn to the guy that made those videos.
Yeah, I believe he screwed up like that, you know, because
he said he was tricked, or he tricked Fenn into sending him it.
Well, Forrest screwed up with the map. I mean, because after I brought that to his attention, like a couple of weeks later, see, benchmark, right? You know how when you go to a URL with an image, sometimes you can delete the file name and leave the URL complete, and it drops you into the directory. And that's what they had at Benchmark. They didn't have any security. So you can go in the directory and see all the revisions of the maps. And then I pointed out those 2 revisions to Forrest. He didn't reply to me, of course. And then like a couple weeks later, they tightened up the security, or they removed the duplicate. Because I couldn't figure out I asked Forrest, why was it so important that you had to go ahead and add a dot with no name at Ralston? And of course, he didn't answer. And I showed him the map that I had it, and I put it in the video, and I showed it to Mike. So I can see that they made the same mistake that you're talking about. Because, yeah, I mean, I was aware of the high-res image, but that's the one, like I said, it doesn't have a copyright message. And then they changed it in the scrapbook, and they put the smaller version there, and then it said, cannot use or copyright. I forgot what it says on it.
And then Dale and Fenn both blamed it on the other one. I forget what the circumstances were, but neither of their stories lined up. And if there is in fact 2 chests, you would not want that photo getting out, because that's like the smoking gun.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why people believe there's more than one chest.
I believe there's more than one.
Yeah, it's really odd. Like I said, it's odd that he never showed the back and the right side ever until that point. What you're talking about, that's really odd. And the other thing is that, like, I'm just curious, Candy, when you get those sketches, what way are there's like angels or something on ladders, and on
those
the right
are
side,
actually troubadours. Hold on, I'll share it right now.
okay, yeah, you'll notice that on the right side, the ladders are pointing towards each other. But when you look in the book, we only see the left side, and the ladders are not pointing towards each other. They're both pointing towards the front of the chest.
So I did 6 years of research on this, and I'm going to give credit to Pavetta too, because he found pieces of there's the way it came from about was through Roger Sherman Loomis, and he was a famous historian, and his whole family, including himself, spent their life interpreting mythology about the Grail. And in the book where he's talking about it, he has Fenn's chest. So let me grab these illustrations real fast, and then I have some of his context. Let me see.
Now, what are the illustrations from? What are they from? Like, I thought Forrest Fenn.
Can you see this?
Right, but what are the illustrations from? I thought Forrest Fenn bought, like, at a auction, he bought.
No, he got it. So he originally went to Rick Kowalski, his friend, who was the one that wrote all about Cozumel, wrote The Secrets of San Lazaro. He specifically went to him first for this chest, and he could not inquire in time. So what Fenn did instead was he went to his museum friend, Eugene Thaw, and Eugene Thaw also had one of the copies of that chest. There's 3 in total of the original chests that exist. And the one he obtained from Eugene Thaw happened to be the same one that is documented in this German book. And he even wrote to Stephanie 30acre, because Stephanie was one of the first people to find this, and confirmed that this, in fact, is the chest that he has. He had the exact one. And so this, when you have the Gothic German text translated, which Bavetta did, it takes you specifically to the origin point of where this comes from. And again, the motif of this is known as either Attack on the Castle, the Church of the World, because it's about the allegorical siege with King Charlemagne. King Charlemagne is the one who enacted the allegorical siege, where basically the churches were pilfered through. They were looking for holy relics. That's why when I tell you guys the chest isn't just a treasure chest, it's what is called a reliquary chest. A reliquary chest is something that's very sacred, and it holds the bones or a fragment of a holy figure, specifically a saint. And that's why there's a secret compartment hidden within the reliquary chest, because reliquary chests were meant to hold a saint or a holy man's bones. So this one in particular is one that Roger Sherman Loomis examined. He had, and he's the one that made these sketches, this art right here. And it goes back to Wolfram von Eckenbach again, but they're called Minnesingers. Minnesingers was a German knight or poet, and it's called the Singer of Mean. Mean is German for love. And when Bavetta translated the origin of this book that has this illustration, this thing is called the Mean Box, Minne. So that means it's called the love box. So let me go to Discord real fast, and I could show you the translation of that. But see, a Minsinger was someone who is of German origin, and they were, they were the poet composer, regarded as one of the greatest epic poets. Wolfram von Echtenbach, who wrote Parsifal, by the way, is the one who wrote this and designed this motif. So it's so much more into it. I can't just tell you everything without losing your attention. But do you see the ladders? Do you see this is the tower? These are the nuns. These are the Mincingers. Attack on the Castle of Church by the World. They're trying to storm the castle.
And I remember seeing something similar to that a couple of years ago. That might be the one that Stephanie put up. Do they have pictures of what did they sketch?
That is the one Stephanie had.
Did they sketch the sides?
Yeah, there's I'd have to go back and look at all of it, but yeah, this is the same thing Stephanie sent to Forrest. Forrest confirmed with her that this chest is the one he owns, the one that was examined by Wolfram von Echtenbach. And this motif specifically is about the vices and the virtues and the battle for mankind's soul, which again puts you back into purgatory. And the whole story about an indulgence was pertaining to getting your soul bought out of purgatory. And so I find it fascinating that Forrest decided to name this chest itself Indulgence, because again, it is a piece that you use to buy your soul out of purgatory.
Why did Forrest say he thought that it hold the Book of Days?
Because it's just more information. Look at this. This right here It's the Codex Mansi, and this was held by a Book of Days.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So it's a really, really in-depth, detailed rabbit hole that you go down. But in my personal opinion, the whole chase in the game is built specifically on this chest motif right here. The treasure chest itself is the game. The rest is just smoke and mirrors. But you have all this, you have the details, and then you compare it to what Forrest has, right? Let me go get my photos again. You compare it, you could see that he told the person that he hired to make a copy, when he made his own copy, there were certain things he couldn't capture, he couldn't get right. And what's really funny, and I swear I have this like theory that when he talked about making a copy, I think he made a copy to switch the original from the Detroit Museum, because you know how the Detroit Museum has a twin to Fenn's chest. It's like a little off, but they're like it looks like a child made it. I think he switched the chest. I swear, I think he switched them.
Why do you? I'm curious. What are you and Galaxy thoughts on why didn't they sell the treasure chest on auction?
Maybe it doesn't weigh 22
Per
pounds.
coin.
Maybe it's not 10 by 10 by 6. What if it's, I don't know if bronze shrinks like other metals, but what if it's not exactly 10 by 10?
What if it's
but
not
what if it doesn't weigh 22 pounds? He was very specific about it being 22 pounds.
Yeah.
Going to, sorry, go ahead.
If, let's say, it got sold and people are questioning if it's the same one, and they open it up and show it to the world, what if it could be proven that it's not even the same one? Maybe that's why they can't sell it.
Yeah,
maybe they can't sell it.
That's kind of similar to if we believe Ben, that why wouldn't the LLC? I mean, because he offered 50,000 before the auction for the jar, and they turned it down. But Ben's stipulation was that I won't buy it for 50,000 unless you let me analyze it to make sure it wasn't tampered with, and they refused. So he said, and I don't know where, because K-Pro said, oh, he's going to bid 100,000, and he was probably messing with her, because he said after they turned him down, he wasn't going to bid on the jar in the auction. But I find it interesting that they wouldn't let him analyze the jar. And that is in line with what you're talking about with the chest. You know what I mean? Why didn't they sell it? And the dragon bracelet, it's just odd. You would think the chest would have been worth a lot of money, a lot more than the jar,
Well, who's to say Ben even offered them anything, and they who's to say he even talked to them?
Well, that's why I said if you believe Ben. Yeah.
If he was really going to buy it, why didn't he buy it at 40,000?
Yeah.
I'm looking for the translation of the German, the Gothic German text. It's really fascinating. Because it goes all the way back to like the origin of the chest, and then I dug into that family bloodline and where it came from and that whole story. Like, it took forever. It's one of the coolest stories to have the origin story of this thing.
You guys, I don't want to change the subject or anything, but you guys were talking about like what if land wasn't an issue and stuff like that. And I kind of always thought, what if his kidney was in there? Wouldn't that change a lot of like legal things that Yellowstone would be able to do if it had human remains in it?
I think you would find a record of it. That's the whole point. I mean, I'm not saying that Jack wouldn't end up with it or you couldn't end up with it, but they would have had to have recorded, like Street said. They're not just gonna not record it and just say, that's fine, regardless of what was in there. I mean, I believe if somebody lost something even, and it was found a couple of years later, it still needs to be brought to the superintendent, and the superintendent record that. I think Sri, you would even agree with that, right?
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was kind of my point yesterday at WB. It's not that it wasn't there. If it was there, it would have been recorded. And yeah, some people might say, well, the government wanted to, not record it because they were working with Forrest, and that's the part that I don't believe. I
Are
don't
you
think.
guys ready to get your minds blown?
Sure.
Okay, can you see this? Is this popping up on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a translation for the German Gothic context of the chess motif itself. So it says, plate 153, 2 backs or cases of former ivory metal mirrors shown in original size. The upper one is the Grand Ducal Museum in Darmstadt, the lower one in Royal Museum in Berlin. Such large and small works of art for the same purpose were made with a particular fondness at the time and formed a very common luris article, especially as gifts to ladies, particularly in France and Germany. On these are scenes throughout which are taken from the Mindelinder and have reference to the love and worship of women. Among them, the most popular item was the Meanberg, defended by Sauron against the knights. In the, let me see. In the picture shown above, the castle with its beautiful, some German word, has already surrendered. The maidens have received the armored knights in front of the castle gate and escort them into the interior of the castle. The foremost has the key with which she opens the gate. The last of Rose Branch, and the one in the middle threatens a knight who touches her with his hand. Inside the castle, another German word, graciously receives 2 knights who, accompanied by 3 maidens, approach her as supplicants. 3 knights are still wearing that from the elm. Scales or chainmail surviving since earlier, with the door, another German word, or diptera shows in this early period. We already find several, albeit rare, isolated examples of such specimens, which only came into general use much later. 2 knights also wear small upstanding shields on their shoulder as the earliest examples that have come to our knowledge. They were heraldic, painted so that the knight could be recognized by them. They appear especially in France under the name Renaissance. You give an example of this with the German knight for plate 169. The 2 knights in the castle who have already laid down their weapons appear in simple Schwab with the hood Google. The example below shows tournament while the watching brides are usually on the balcony. Here we see 2 lovers, the knights with their armor of war. Since act tournament armor was not yet developed, together with the clumsy stab helmet as we give it on plate 163 based on rusty originals. So that's like one of the translations of that plate for the chest itself. But then there's another piece that goes in and talks about the main box. Hold on. Where the hell is the main box? No. Why is it so hard to freaking maneuver? Discord. Like, people come in here and talk so much that it like gets lost forever when you try and like find it again. But this one comes from specifically a castle in Germany. It's called the Minbox, and it is a reliquary chest that goes back to this very important saint for like this saint feast day or something. And you guys got very quiet. Fuck you too. Whatever, I'm done talking about it.
Okay. So there was one plate that was used to make all the pieces? Am I understanding that right?
Sorta. It's a long story, but it's clear people don't care about it. So I'm kind of just tired of talking about it at this point.
I never really looked very close at it. I was thinking that maybe the lower scenes were actually just the lower portion from what was on the cover.
It's a lot more historically inept with what its origin point and where it comes from and why it was created. But again, people don't really care about this. They care about, I want the 9 clues, I want to know the answer to warm water salt, and I want to know where $1 million is. So it's like it gets to the point where I keep talking about it and no one cares. So I kind of just don't even want to talk about it now. Like, it's starting to piss me off how it's about so much more than a fucking box of gold. Yet everyone, all they care about is a box of gold. So they kind of deserve to have their heads stuck up their ass and never know the answers at this point, because I'm done. Like, I don't fucking care.
Hey, now.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something we don't know if we're ever gonna get all the answers, but that Dalek IG person was saying that he believed that he was gonna get title to that land that he was at. And what he was considering doing was opening up the area so people could go there and go there for free. He wasn't gonna charge admission or anything like that. If
Sure.
all that happens, then it is possible for the full solve to come out.
So he's got the same idea that Barbara has, that Superman has, and Bill has, and a bunch of other
The
people.
Dalek guy?
Yeah, I mean, people think that they have it solved and they know, you know. The problem is we need to hear it from Shiloh or somebody official, you know. Nobody's
Well,
going
he
to believe me or Bill or you or anybody, you know.
He never said he solved it. He said that he went there and took that picture. That was the first picture that Forrest put out of the chest. That's what he said he did.
So why does he think that Forrest said it was in Wyoming?
You don't accept my explanation.
I never heard your explanation.
The meaning of Wyoming, alternating mountains and valleys.
No, I thought Bill said that. I didn't know that you said that.
No, I put out a 9-word solve on Dal's, which got removed. And around that same time, Forrest said that he was happy now that he knew that his poem said what he wanted it to say. Does it mean that he was referring to what I stated? No, it doesn't mean any of that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, though. Like, if nobody can prove anything at this point. That's kind of the bad.
Well, no, and there's really nobody to prove it to.
Right. Well, there's no reason either. I guess. I mean, there's more to the chase, but if their goal is to get the treasure chest, that's gold. They have no chance.
That's definitely gone past for anybody.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Yeah. I'm gonna go outside again. By the way, it's cold, man. It's like 57.
Oh,
Hey, man, it's
I think it's
Florida.
only 27 here.
Hey, it might snow here for Christmas. They said flurries.
Hey, by the way, Troy, that was a really nice offer you made to Rob for him to stay at your house for a week or so.
I sent it on the phone to him in private a couple days ago. Remember when he made that video and it looked like he was really down? Candy remembers, because me and Candy were there that day. I called him up that night and I told him, hey, the offer's there, but he won't do it. He would. Candy offered to pay for Zoom, and she wanted him to go on Zoom, but he won't accept anything from anybody. Right, Candy? I mean, remember that night? It was just me and Candy and him at first. And she's like, jump on Zoom, I'll pay for it. And he wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
He's hurting emotionally right now with all the things that he's gone through. I mean, heck, he got divorced. His father died. His brother died. His brother died under circumstances he considers as murder because he was given fentanyl and might not have even known what he was given, and he died from it. So, I can relate to that.
Yeah, they took his dog. Well, he told me. I mean, well, I guess I could say it because he already told you guys. But when his brother died, he was the one that had to actually go. The police called him and knocked on his door. He had to actually go there and ID the body.
Yeah, that's some traumatic stuff.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, I feel sorry for him, but like you won't accept any help. But I'm like, hey, don't do. I mean, a lot of people care. I'm like, just don't do anything stupid. And then for a while he got better. It looked like last night though. It looked like he was improving somewhat. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm hoping so because self-medication is not the answer. I mean, taking drugs and like he's doing, not under any kind of doctor's care. Not that doctors always know what they're doing, especially in the mental health industry. But just consuming large quantities of drugs like he's doing is not the answer.
Yep, you're right.
But like anybody else that self-medicates, they do it because they're hurting. They're in pain. They're in emotional pain. They're in physical pain, or whatever it is. That's why people do it.
Yeah, I mean that's the time your friends or family, if whoever's close, they reach out to you. I mean, I did whatever I could. I mean, I can't. There's nothing really else I can do other than make the offer. And like I said, Candy was offering to talk to him, and not about his problems, but to get his mind on something else. But he wouldn't do it, and he wouldn't accept any money. She goes, give me your PayPal now, and he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I think he doesn't. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. He certainly doesn't want to do it on video because I'm sure he feels like he's going to break down. And he doesn't want to emotionally break down in front of people.
I just sent the German translation to Shiloh about the treasure chest. In case he was curious about it, since he spent almost his entire life staring at that darn thing. So did we lose Galaxy? Did he do an Irish goodbye again, or did Street? It's been awfully quiet. Yeah, Street left.
I don't know. I see. Did he leave?
Yeah, he left a while ago. What the heck?
Well, I just see microphones with lines through them on Galaxies, and why must I go?
Galaxy, where are you? Little shit convinces me to go live, and then he joins the panel and just goes on mute. How dare ye, Galaxy? How dare ye? Still here, give me a sec. Okay. Where's Street? What the hell? I'm gonna message him and be like, how dare you pull me in my own panel? How dare you, Street?
Okay, I got some information here. This is what I was doing yesterday. It's about the Rickack structure in Mauritania. Have you heard about that?
No.
That structure, if you look it up, it's spelled Richat. And people have been talking about it in recent times, that it is probably the lost city of Atlantis location. It's circular land formations in the Sahara Desert where, due to whatever, a tsunami, a pole shift, or whatever happened, there was an ocean that went across the Sahara, which created the Sahara Desert, which it was forested jungle prior to that. So what I did was what was check the antipode, and the antipode is the opposite side of the earth from that location. And what I came up with is the antipode of the Richat structure is closest to an island known as Mare. But if you try to find it on Google Maps, you would Google La Roche, Laroche Island. And that actually is La Roche Airport for New Caledonia.
Huh.
Now, right there in that region is where, let me see now, there's a connection point, which
Wait,
is
the thing with the flood before Noah's Ark that like froze the world?
yes.
You know, Heather was talking to me about that on Friday. She literally, when I met up with her for our dinner date, she was telling me like, I just learned that there was a flood before Noah's Ark and it froze like basically the whole planet.
Yeah, I would believe that, because I actually think that it was it could have been a pole shift that occurred then. But my deduction was between the Richat structure.
You mean like what we're experiencing now, another pole shift? Like we're literally experiencing another pole shift right now with the polarity of our world. The pole shift has been changing dramatically, which explains why we have all these volcanoes going off and erupting, because pretty much the North Pole and the South Pole are just going to go flippy blue like it did before.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm correct in my assumption that the Richat structure, what that was at one time was a North Pole. And then this other location near New Caledonia was the South Pole. And there are geological features as to why I'm thinking that, because a place known as the Chromatic Trench and Tonga Trench are east of that location that I was just talking about at La Roche, New Caledonia. And there's like a connection point that goes in. There's two basins, the Coral Sea Basin and the South Fuji Basin, and they all narrow in together. And right there is that location where La Roche is. And then off of that, southwest of connection is New Caledonia Trough, also the Lord Howe Rise, Tasman Basin, and Tasman Sea in that series. So there's all kinds of serious geological features going on there. Tonga Trench is called a subduction zone, which means Earth curled in like that. And it's the second deepest one in the world.
Justin,
So how soon are we due another one of these shifts? Because the Maya said that we were supposed to like end on December 21st, 2012, and technically, due to the Gregorian calendar screwing everything up, that would be in a couple of days.
Justin, really, don't we have evidence of that? What you were talking about right here in the United States? I mean, there's palm tree fossils and alligator bones and shit up in Wyoming. So,
well, yeah, I'm sure that's from a previous time when the poles were in different locations, and the weather was different.
yeah. By the way, I don't know that much about the pole shifts, but my understanding, just a brief that I did a while ago, I think that takes like thousands of years to occur. It doesn't, I mean, if it happened in one day, it would, I mean, obviously it would kill every single thing on the planet instantly. There's, I mean, you know, it doesn't happen that quick, I don't believe. But the stuff in Wyoming, they were saying that the Yellowstone, where the hole is over the caldera, that used to be down by Arizona millions, hundreds of millions of years ago. And it's slowly moving northeast. The Earth's crust is moving up towards Canada. So like they were saying, like, you know, a long time from now, that's the hotspot's going to stay under the ground where it is. But I mean, the Earth's crust is going to start shifting up to the northeast, up into Canada. I mean,
the way it was described by the guy that wrote the book called The Adam and Eve Story, The History of Cataclysms. That's the book that the CIA classified it when he put it out, and then it finally got declassified. I don't know, at the early 2000s, I think, is when it got declassified. But what he said that, yeah, actually the final flip does occur at one point in time, like at one day, will literally, you know, it works towards a shift. It works towards a shift. The magnetics are changing, whatever occurs inside the Earth. And then all of a sudden the poles shift, and then the crust breaks free from the core of the Earth. And all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, they were saying that it's beginning to happen, but they're saying that it'll be thousands of years before that day comes. That's what I mean. I haven't really looked into it extensively. I'll be dead when it happens, so I don't really care. But yeah, I mean, it's going to happen, obviously, right? I mean, it happens. I think it happened more than once, like Candy alluded to, right?
It happens like every 26,000 years or something like that.
Oh, it's that frequent? Really? Wow.
Yes. And we're due.
Aren't we going to be switching to a new, what do you call it? We're switching to Aquarius, aren't we?
Age of Aquarius, yeah.
Aquarius. When does that happen?
I think that's when right around that time frame is when it happens.
That's like 100 years from now, ain't it? Or something, the Age of Aquarius?
I don't know.
It's
But I don't think it's the events are that precise. It's just in that general time frame.
So that's where that 26,000 comes from, though, isn't it? 26,000 years every time we switch an age.
Yes. But that's why the CIA does stuff like classified that guy's book, because governments don't want people freaking out, because, you know, every time we have earthquakes, some people will freak out that it's the end of the world, the sky is falling, and just cause such havoc in society. But, you know, we have a free society. We have a right to know what's going on.
I agree. Yeah. I don't see any point in freaking out, because there's nothing you can do about it. It's inevitable. Right?
That's right. That's right. There's no stopping it. But the way that the guy explained it in that book, Thomas Chan was his name, or Chan Thomas. One of those, either Chan Thomas or Thomas Chan. Chan Thomas, I think it was. The way he explained it, the first thing that occurs is the change in the magnetics. The magnetics get lower and lower and lower, and society starts collapsing. There are more crimes. There are more crimes that occur, violent crimes, murder, assault, rape, violent robberies. And governments stop prosecuting because so many crimes are occurring, it overwhelms the system. And he says that's one of the things that happens. Well, I mean, that's something that's happening now in the United States.
Is that due to the, like, people's theory is like Street would talk about vibrations or magnetic, the magnetic forces around the earth changing causes people to behave like that?
They get lower. The magnetic forces get lower.
And that impacts people's minds and stuff, do you think?
It does. It makes them become more animalistic. They become violent. They become disruptive. I mean, just violent and disruptive. That's enough to fuck up a society.
Hey, you got a point, Jay. I mean, because it's not just the United States, the whole world is all upside down right now, you know?
Yeah, it affects the entire world. And if you look at the history that we know about the world, that societies do collapse in that kind of manner where they go into chaos and that cannibalism and shit like that.
Damn.
That's another thing that happens is cannibalism. It's not a good deal. It's a very bad deal. And that's before the pole shift. That's before the havoc of the pole shifting.
That's kind of what I was alluding to, because I kind of read something similar to that. That's what I meant when I said that. They said it's beginning. It's not going to happen like right now, but we're entering the stages of what usually they hypothesize what usually leads up to the pole shift and the change of the ages. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would certainly explain all the stuff everybody's talking about, you know, biblical events and stuff like that. But this is way beyond what the hell I know. This is a kind of a conversation with maybe you and Street and Candy have a lot. I like listening more to this. I don't really know nothing about it. Galaxy, what are your thoughts of all of that stuff? Is he gone? Like everybody's left?
No, I'm here. I'm kind of the same way. I don't know enough to really comment.
About the pole shift stuff? I mean, what do you think about all of that?
I think it's definitely something that's probably happened before. I feel like it's got to be hard to tell when it could happen again. But
Didn't they say something in the Bible about they misinterpreted where he was? Oh man, I'm definitely going to get this wrong. So I don't know nothing about religion. Whatever they read in the Bible, they misinterpreted it to mean that the Lord was coming, but they're saying that that's not what it meant. What they meant was that we're changing another age. The new, I don't know exactly what it says in the Bible, but something the new age of Aquarius. It said to look towards the sea or something, and it was a reference to the age of Aquarius.
The water bearer.
Yeah, that's the next age. We're currently in what are we in? What age are we in right now?
Pisces?
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know either. Do you know, Galaxy?
no, I don't know that.
But that book, the Adam and Eve story, the history of cataclysms, there's an audio book of that version on YouTube. And it's, I don't know, I think it's 3.5 hours long or something like that, but it's worth listening to. It's pretty good. Anything the CIA classifies and then it becomes declassified has some good stuff.
I thought they took out all the good stuff.
No, there is some stuff missing, but that's a really good book.
I found one of the articles I was talking about. It says many Christians believe that we are in the end of time and that Christ's return is imminent. We constantly see earthquakes, famine, war, and stuff on the news. But they were saying that in the Bible that they're misinterpreting it, He's talking about the coming of the next age. He's not talking about it doesn't mention anything about the coming of Christ or the end of time. It's the end of, I forgot how they put it. There's a word. This isn't the article, but there's some kind of a word that they used, and they said that's what they were talking about.
I still want to know why Street pulled a me on my channel. He just left. Just left me hanging.
I don't know, maybe because there was 5 people on at that time and he felt that's enough people.
I think he's got a new.
Maybe.
I think he's got a new girlfriend or something.
Does he?
No, I'm just making a joke.
Oh,
Oh man, that's low.
because Barbara did look a little bit perky.
Wait, what, Luke Parker?
I'm just trying to make jokes. I said Barbara looked a little perky.
Oh, God. Man. No comment on that one.
She deleted her last video, her 2-hour-long rant.
Oh, she had a 2-hour-long rant?
It was a 2-hour long
if you
rant?
want, it was like an hour and 30 or something, but close enough.
How many times did she name drop me?
No, she didn't name drop you at all. Now it appears she's going to sue, or she didn't say she's going to sue, but she was going after, what was it, Carl, Cynthia, Stephanie, K-Pro. That's almost the whole show was about, wasn't it, Galaxy?
Yeah. Did you catch the part where she said she had sent an email to Carl in 2018? Where she,
yeah. I
was
watched
kind of
that.
like, huh. So I wonder how long she's been going at him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, she seemed to have made the mistake using the number 2018 a couple times during the course of her talking. It became obvious that she made a mistake a couple times using that number.
I don't think that was a mistake.
It might not be, but according to her information, it was a mistake.
Because the context is that it went far back, and that's when she said 2018. It wasn't. It was like she was trying to prove I've told you this since that date. So
Well,
maybe
the thing I took away from that video was, like Troy was just saying, that she's going to be suing people. She was apparently setting the stage of a lawsuit and making it known against the family and against Carl that she has real life ramifications for things that have been said, that she's going to court and people are mocking her in court. So she's setting the stage that other people caused her to be mocked in a court of law.
Yeah, that's what I got too. The mental anguish and all the harassment that Carl and the family has put upon her, and Cynthia and Stephanie and all of them. Did you listen near the end? I noticed something interesting that she said. Somebody in her chat room, I don't know who it was, somebody said, so Barbara, what are you going to do if you find out that your solve is not correct? And she looked at it and she was like stumped for a while. Now, normally I think she would yell and ban up, I'm blocking you. But she actually answered him. She goes, well, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember what she said. She said something to the effect of, I guess I would have to admit that I'm wrong then. And I've never heard her say that before. I was like, whoa. And that's when she started to turn the tables, like Trusted is saying, where it looked like she's saying she's being like harmed as a result of Carl and the family and so on and so forth. That they're the cause of her anguish.
because
she's just changing her angle of approach.
Yeah, it was almost like she only acted in certain ways because of the stuff that they were doing. Like Carl led her to believe this or that by the way he responded.
Well, I got a question for you. Was Carl even involved in 2018? I thought he didn't come in until
I think
2019.
she said something where she looked up a previous case or something like that, and that's how she found out Carl's name.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't remember when he came in, but I thought it was like early 2019. I could totally be wrong. I don't know.
I thought it was 2019. No, it was whenever the first lawsuit came about. I think the guy was from Colorado.
All right, so it might have been 2018 then, yeah.
I don't know. So much of that stuff is just like garbage floating around in the mind. It serves no useful purpose. I mean, it's just some crazy shit that other people had to deal with from people that think they're entitled to something.
She knows where to go.
Oh my goodness, yes. Oh my goodness. You know something? When this is if it happens, it's some kind of conclusion that the majority of people who are realistic in the world see, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, it was somebody else. And, oh yeah, the place we can even go there now, and there are answers being made. Is she gonna take down her videos when everything it is that she has done and made videos of is incorrect?
I think so. And she's gonna come make sure you delete them all too.
Hey, I take that offensive.
I want access to every YouTube account that might possibly have one of my videos. That's personal private property.
Yeah. I think that she's not the only one. Anybody that is saying they're expecting money, you know, like Dave, Bill, Barb, I think those are, and Josh. Well, Josh never really says he's looking for money. So there's really only 3 or 4 people that kind of got to shut it down because, you know, you don't need to remove your solve or whatever. That's just there, you know. But if you're expecting something, it kind of makes you look foolish to keep it around, you know.
The stuff that puts a bug up my ass is when I start seeing the fraud, the allegations of fraud and stuff like that. That really, I take it really personal. I really do. And you know, I shouldn't. That was one of the things that was bothering me. Was I started feeling like I'm defending Shiloh now with the things that I'm saying because I believe these things to be true. I agree with you, Troy, that Shiloh can speak for himself, and he should be saying something more, and not through a third party. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with Lady Otak emailing him. There's nothing wrong with them having conversation, but he should, on his own, say something to the public to dispel some of this fucking craziness.
My understanding is he's going to, like Alex, he just said he couldn't. I kind of believe K-Pro on that when she said he couldn't do anything until the auction was over because of reasons. So I believe that he's going to eventually say something. I'm hoping for that. You know, are we entitled to it? No. I mean, like we were saying last night, the bottom line is Forrest Fenn never said that he was going to give out a solve. He said it was up to the finder. So we can't really fault, and the Fenn family has nothing to do with that. And Forrest is gone. So the only person you could fault for that is Jack. You know what I mean? If he's really the one who solved it. But so I feel sorry for the Fenn family. But like I said, Shiloh can end that at any time by coming out. But And I'm hoping that he will eventually. I think he will. Street made a very good point to me on the phone when he said that he thinks that Shiloh is going to be kind of taking the reins, and his grandfather taught him. So he's got the best of both worlds. He's in the 30 to 40-year-old range, so he can communicate well with the current people, middle-aged people and younger people. And he's also got the benefit of being with his grandfather. And, so if anybody would take it over, it is logical that it would be him. So, whatever happens. That's the only thing that I want to see, really. I'm not going to try to solve anything. I believe there's more to the chase, but it's only in the form of knowledge. We're going to find out that Forrest discovered something or something like that. And it's going to be cool to have been part of it. But as far as like doing further research now and trying to solve the true ending, I'm not going to bother with that because, well, I mean, I don't have the time for it. And I honestly don't know, but I want to see what it is. I mean, are anybody going to be entitled to something? I don't believe so. I think we're just going to find out something more about Forrest and there's something more to everything. And I just believe we're going to be part of that. We're along for the ride. Let's put it that way. There's no more treasure chest. It's gone. It's over. The chase is done. The door prize is out the door. So let's just hang out and see what goes on,
Yeah.
I got a quote for you. It was the chase they sought and not the quarry. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
When I'm see these videos pop up, and I had to start deleting some of the subscriptions I had so I wouldn't have to look at them so much, but then they still friggin' pop up sometimes. But when I see these videos, Forrest Fenn just selling, it's embezzlement, it's fraud, it's money laundering, and oh my fucking word.
I mean, that stuff, it's pretty clear that it came from a treasure chest and from Forrest Fenn. I mean, who's going to see, like, I try to think about the bigger picture, in the big picture, we're only talking about $1 million door prize. When you got attorneys like Carl's law firm, and then you got the Fenn family, and you got people like Doug Preston and anybody else associated with Fenn, those people working tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, they're not going to risk an entire career. I don't believe, and Heritage is not going to risk their business by knowingly committing and being a part of fraud. I just don't see that, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
What if Fenn and Jack are the only ones that know?
Then, yeah, I mean, that's a very.
What if Fenn is the only one that knows that there is another one?
Oh yeah, and then Fenn's gone. Yeah.
Why? I got a theory too. Why do you think Tea with Olga is in the book? Doesn't it kind of? I mean, it could explain a deal was done with Jack, just like he made a deal with Olga to get what he wanted, and he had to spread her ashes.
And it was interesting that he did not spread her ashes at the peak, Wheeler's Peak on top of Taos Mountain. He put it down lower, right? That was kind of weird. So he didn't do what she said. He put her ashes lower. He didn't put them up on Wheeler Peak, which I believe Wheeler Peak is the name of the peak that's on Taos Mountain, right? I don't know that much. I'm pretty sure that's what the deal is in New Mexico.
And you know what? That happened in a lawyer's office, right? Just like Jack and Fenn.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think we'll ever hear anything from Jack anymore. And Street makes an excellent point when he says that the best way for Forrest Fenn to protect his family, and that might be why they weren't in the Zoom call, and neither was Carl. So technically, he could claim my family literally does not know where the treasure chest was. Jack didn't tell him. I didn't tell him. I only mentioned it in the Zoom call, and nobody from my family was in that Zoom call, or Jack's family. Just attorneys and Department of Interior, Department of Justice, and a judge, and Forrest Fenn and Jack. That was it. Those are the only people that found out the location. So I honestly don't think his family's going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, this is where it was," because I just don't think they know. Honestly, I don't think they know the solution either. But for the treasure chest, but I believe that there's more to Forrest Fenn's legacy, like Candy and Street always talk about, and I believe that definitely. I'm not going to elaborate on it anymore because I don't really know enough about it, but I agree with it. I think Forrest Fenn made some kind of a major discovery, and we have yet to find that out. They were waiting for all this mess to clear up. So I'm hoping that we learn news,
Why would he withhold a discovery?
Maybe he wants his grandson to discover it or something. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah, it's good. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah. What do you think?
Like, don't you think he'd want? I feel like if you discovered something, you'd want to, tell everyone what it was, or bring it out to the public, not possibly have it lost by not ever being found. Or
well, I got an answer to that, and Trusted might be able to contribute to this. That guy that we talk about, what the heck is his name again? The guy that was at Roswell, and he was seen that living engine and stuff. What is that guy's name?
Oh, David Adair?
Yeah, look up David Adair, Galaxy. David Adair said that he knows a lot of information and he can't put it out there, but and the information he knows is apparently really big, right? And they're like, well, if you know something really big, how come nobody's killed you yet? And he said, well, because the day I die, I already have it all set up and all the information's coming out. So there could be a situation similar to that. What if he discovered something that's so compelling that the entire side, it could change like everything that we know about parts of science or archaeology. Something may.
I just thought of something. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know how they have the Zapruder film? What if he had like a different angle or something?
What is that film? I don't know that. I never heard that.
Of JFK getting shot.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. It could be.
I don't either, but I'm just like, evidence of who DB Cooper was, or.
I could see DB Cooper coming out, but like when we talked on Fendi's Street, me and Shy Guy, I like Street said it the best. Could you imagine what would happen to Forrest Fenn's family if it turned out that he had anything to do with the assassination of JFK? That's some serious shit. Would he ever want to put his family in that position? I really doubt it. Maybe 100 years from now. And like Davy B was saying, maybe there's something that's going to come out, but I don't believe that something like that would come out this soon. I kind of agree with Street.
Well, I found a video that had a bunch of different witnesses as to a bullet hole that was through the front windshield of the limousine that JFK was in. And it was towards the right side. I believe it was towards the right side. But it was a hole. It was a hole that a pencil could go through, and everybody that mentioned something about it were being kept away from the vehicle, pulled away from the vehicle, and being told, no, that's just a crack, that's just a crack. And there were some people that got close enough that, no, that was not a crack, that was a hole through the window that you could put a pencil through.
You see Fendi's video. Fendi showed a video, and he claims that well, I guess Shy Guy might have been the one that made the claim. Anyway, they were claiming that he was shot by the Secret Service from behind the car. And everybody's like, yeah, but why did his body move towards the back? And I believe he said he was shot multiple angles at the same time. I think that's what they said. I don't know.
Well, I seen a video on that at least a year. I think it was at least a year ago, and it's since been removed from YouTube. And the guy had a really compelling story. He actually identified a Secret Service agent, and that, you know, he fired his weapon supposedly accidentally. That pretty much all the Secret Service agents went out partying the night before and got friggin' drunk and showed up hungover. And the guy that fired the shot that killed Kennedy was the least experienced with weapons.
Interesting.
And essentially what happened was when the shots ran off, he grabbed his rifle and got up and turned around and accidentally fired off his weapon.
Oh, so you think it might have been an accident?
Yeah.
Wow.
And all the things that were shown in that video, there was a lot of stuff that was put out in that video, including witnesses, eyewitnesses at the hospital. The Secret Service was interfering with everything, absolutely everything they interfered with.
Well, if you look at what's going on now, where they're talking about the reset, the Great Reset, and the New World Order and all that, I could see why didn't JFK wanted to end the Fed? I mean, he was stepping on some pretty rich people there. The changes that he was going to make would impact globally banking and shit like that, right? Eliminate the Federal Reserve. Isn't that what he was do?
He was messing with that stuff, but something I found out more recently was he fired Alan Dulles. The CIA director, Alan Dulles, JFK fired him. He's the maniac that started all the friggin' crazy stuff, the MK Ultra and all that kind of shit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that guy was a psychotic son of a bitch, Alan Dulles. And then Alan Dulles got involved with the Warren Commission investigating the JFK assassination. You want to know why? Because that was his specialty. His expertise was in assassinating people. And he actually had meetings with people that were going to testify before the Warren Commission, telling them what they could say and what they couldn't say. It is the dirtiest fucking secret. Well, I mean, it's not really a secret. It's a semi-secret because the public really doesn't know about it.
Yeah, but that's some major stuff. That's all the more reason why I don't believe that if any of that were true, Forrest would put something like that out there. That would be a major. I mean, there's no way I can see him doing something like that. Not at all. I don't mean doing the crime. I'm saying, because the way Shy Guy worded it, that he didn't realize what really was happening, and what they kind of like, I don't even want to say how they got him in it. Like he didn't do it because, oh yeah, I want to do him. They somehow convinced him, is what Shy Guy was saying. But I don't believe that. But even if it was true, I just can't see Forrest releasing information. DB Cooper, yeah, sure, why not? Who cares, right? Nobody would care. That would be no big deal, right?
Well, if you keep going back in history, right, you know, the major players, presidents, John F. Kennedy was going to seriously change the monetary system. Abraham Lincoln did seriously change the monetary system. Abraham Lincoln was contacted by the Pinkerton guy that started Pinkerton security and exposed a so-called plot to assassinate him. And Abraham Lincoln hired the Pinkertons to protect him. The Pinkertons were the ones that became the first Secret Service. In all likely, it was the Pinkertons and the Secret Service that allowed Abraham Lincoln to be assassinated. The Pinkertons were the biggest armed force in the United States of America at their beginning. They could outgun the United States Army. They're the force that was used by what the heck was the steel guy in the early 1900s? The guy that built in The Men Who Built America, the steel guy, Carnegie. When Carnegie went to Scotland to go hide while his top guy Frick did all the dirty work, and there was a steel mill that the workers went on strike and they barricaded themselves, 2,000 of them in the factory. It was Frick that hired the Pinkertons to go in there, and they started shooting people. And they killed a bunch of people, I don't know, 8 people or something like that. But they killed a bunch of people. They were never held responsible for it. J.P. Morgan had his hands in all kinds of shit too. But the Secret Service became controlled by the Treasury Department. The Treasury Department, the thing that doesn't change very often, are the bankers. And the bankers get Secret Service protection too. So the Secret Service is more in contact with international bankers and have more of a dialogue with international bankers than they do with our presidents, our congressmen, our senators, or anybody else who they protect. There's something very, very wrong about the Secret Service being controlled by the Treasury. And Forrest Fenn's friend, John Connolly, was a Secretary of Treasury at one point in time. So he would have had access to all kinds of information, including stuff about Kennedy's assassination. How about that?
Why are we looking at a floor or a ceiling? I see squares. I think I heard Galaxy like laugh for a second.
I did. Are you just like falling asleep or what? What's going on over there?
Me?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock there, right?
Yeah, it's literally turning 9 right now. My sleep schedule has been terrible over the weekend. Like, I stayed up till 5 on Friday, like 5 a.m. because I binged the new Recruit TV series on Netflix. And then I fell asleep thinking I had like a few more episodes to watch, but it was only like 20 minutes left when I picked back up. So I kind of just like, I feel like I'm on Scotland time zone schedule. It's just like the complete opposite. I'm wide awake right now, even though it's 9 o'clock at night. I should probably go to bed at like 10 or 11.
Where are you traveling to now? And I caught the other show you did. You said you were traveling somewhere now.
Oh, I just booked a round trip for Vegas for WSOF.
You're going to K-Pro's event?
Yeah.
Oh. God
It's
bless
for
you,
everybody. She
not
likes to tell everyone it's for everyone. Anyone can go. So Ben, Ashley, and myself are going.
You're not going to hang around with her, I assume, right? You're going to hang around Ben and stuff, right?
Yeah, Ashley, Ben, and I got a suite, and we have our own like fun stuff we have planned to do. But we're gonna meet up with people while we're there, and then do the karaoke thing and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I caught the tail end that you were talking about it with Susie went to one of those with you one time.
Yeah, for when Mike and Christy got married, and I trusted Christy at the time, she had me as a bridesmaid. Susie went too. Tim actually paid for her to go out there, and I hung out with her the whole time, and it was so much fun. Like, I love Susie in person. She's the funnest person on the planet.
Yeah, she was talking about drinking. She goes, I didn't drink that much. And she said, I felt like I was wasted.
Yeah. We were playing poker, and finally I like lost a hand, and so I bought myself back in, and then I kept winning, and I was like bored of it because I don't even know how to play poker. I just like wing it, and it turns out pretty good for me. And I was just like, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go and get a big drink the size of my head. And so I just like folded. I was like, I don't want to play no more. I just got up and walked out of the tournament, and I was like, Susie, let's go get drinks. And she's like, okay. And so she left too. And then like we went and got these like huge drinks that were like so big they gave you necklaces to wear around your neck. It was pretty fun. So yeah, that's what I was talking about with her.
We got lucky when we went to in 1990 or 191 when we went to Hawaii. I brought my wife and my kids, and then also like 12 friends of mine went. I mean, it was like 14 of us, so it was cool. And they have these things that go out of Waikiki, and the local, we call them the booze cruise.
Yeah.
They go out like 5 miles, and you do nothing but party. And we got so lucky because we sat next to the band up in the front of the boat, and they were doing a television commercial. So when they do a television commercial, they want to make sure that everybody's drink is all topped off. So these guys, I mean, because you can drink as much as you want while you're out there. It don't cost anything. It's part of the package. So our drinks were constantly topped off, and we got, I mean, completely wasted. And it was cool. The band, the singer was like interacting with everybody up there. That was a great time. You know, when you're able to bring a bunch of friends like that, that was so cool.
That's cool. They like, I know they're doing the party bus again. They do it every year. Last year, or no, when I was there in 2021, they couldn't do it because of COVID. But then this February they did it, but it was like there was no room for me. Yeah. So I was asking, Ben and Ashley, I'm like, are we gonna try and do it this year? Like, do you want me to RSVP? And they're like, no, we're not doing it. I was like, oh, okay. She's like, it's not even worth it. It's like $50. You gotta do $25 each way. And apparently, like, it just takes you down the street anyways to just go into more bars to bar hop. So it's like kind of pointless, they said.
Did you ever see, they probably have these in California. I know they have them in Texas. I was watching on television, and they have it's like a bike bar that's on a huge bicycle. And like you ride around with all these people, and they get drunk while they're driving around drinking. And so it's, instead of bar hopping, they're just driving like up and down the streets downtown, and people are like all getting drunk on the bike. I thought that was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I think what they do is like Fremont Street, and like February we kept trying to find everyone because like we couldn't go on the party bus. So we're like, oh, well, we'll just meet up with everybody. And every time we told them like, hey, where are you? And we find them, they would literally just like pack up and leave. So it was like, oh, all right.
Don't they have like zip lining and stuff like that in Vegas? So you could go up on the top of some casino and go on a zip line or something?
Yeah, I think it's the Eiffel Tower that has the zip lining.
Would you do something like that?
I mean, post-COVID, yes. After COVID, I'm a paranoid fucking, like, I don't know. I get so paranoid and scared easily nowadays versus before I had COVID. I was always like traveling. I like to do fun things. I would do bungee jumping if someone asked. Now it's like, I don't know. I feel like I feel like a Charlie Brown at this point in time. Like,
I've seen some. I don't know if this was in Vegas too. There was like two towers, like a hotel, And then up on the top, they had a pool, and the pool had a glass bottom. And when you're swimming in the pool, you can look down like 20 stories or whatever, however high it was. That looked really cool too. I believe that was in Vegas. I don't know for sure. But they got like amusement. Don't they even have like a roller coaster or something that's on top of a casino?
Yes. They have
Is that
like
the
so much stuff you can
stratosphere?
do. What?
Is that called like the stratosphere?
I think so.
I stayed at the one that looks like a pyramid when I went there.
Oh, the Luxor?
Yeah, I like crawled back to my room because the railing are so crazy because like you can't see the floors below you. You can only see the casino floor.
Yeah.
Like you could jump off of the railing and just land on the casino floor. That's how it's set up. And the railings are only like maybe 3 foot tall or something. Like I was really scared to walk down them coming home all drunk.
That's actually what I did one time because we always stayed at the one next to it, right? It was like the MGM Grand or whatever, the one that's like literally next to connected to the Luxor. And like one time we actually had to stay at the Luxor, and I was like super shit faced, and I was trying to get back to the room. You know how they have everything slanted? I was like literally on my hands and knees going up the last part of the hallway. And I couldn't even look over the railing because I was like, I think I'm gonna fall over. I'm gonna throw up. Like this is so bad.
Yeah, I didn't want to walk down the hallway with anyone next to me because I was like scared that somebody might trip and push me over, or it just didn't seem very safe at all.
Yeah, it's not really safe at all. But the sculptures and all the things they have, and I think they still have that the body thing, you know, where you could go and see like actual bodies.
No, I
At the
didn't see.
Luxor.
I didn't see that.
So like for the longest time, the Luxor has had the bodies convention where it's like real human bodies. You could go in and see.
Yeah.
Like it's super weird. It creeps me out. I'm like, no, I do not want to see that. And then the other one they had was stuff that they salvaged from the Titanic. And I'm like, I feel like if I go in there, I'm gonna be cursed, and then a ghost is gonna like hitchhike home with me. So I'm good.
I seen that in Minnesota when I went to Minnesota. It was cool. They had a piece of the hull in there, and they had water going over it. You know, they got to keep salt water going over it, I guess. But it was laying in. It had like behind the glass, they had wallets and dishes and clothing and shoes, and I mean all kinds of stuff. And you could buy a little tiny little bags. They took like all the coal, I guess, from the engine room, and they put it in little bags, kind of like they did with Forrest Fenn's gold dust.
Yeah.
And I bought one of those, so I got like some coal from the Titanic. Who knows? It's probably not even really from the Titanic. Who knows? I mean, it was from the exhibit. It was legit, but it's kind of cool. It comes in a little box with a certificate, and it was like $5 or something. Like it wasn't that much money. So, but it was cool.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I got the reason why we went to Vegas, but it was a long time ago. It was in the '90s. There was a television convention that they have there. You know how they have like giant conventions there, and we were doing work with Sanyo Electronics, and we had to go and run a booth. That was actually a lot of work, and it sucks because you know you're standing there at the booth and people come up and you tell them about your product. And there's somebody standing right there listening, right? And then as soon as the other people walk away, they come up and, yeah, I didn't really hear you. Could you repeat it? So you're saying the same things over and over. It sucked, but at night we had a lot of fun going around and just going to the different casinos and walking up and down the strip. It's a crazy place.
Yeah.
I don't think I live there, but it was cool. You know, definitely.
You know, every time I go to Vegas, especially after having COVID, I'm reminded that I'm old. And so when I walk for long periods of time, my back starts to hurt really fucking bad. Where I'm like, I need to sit down and like do some slots or something. Like it's horrible. When we were in Scotland, it got so bad. I was like, I will buy everyone whatever the hell they want if we could stop at this cafe and just sit here and look at the flowers. And they're like, okay. And so I got like a coffee and like some snacks or something. We all got a drink, and I was just like, I need this chair like right now, please. Like, this is all I need in my life.
You know what I want to try sometime? A friend of mine goes on these cruises. I think it goes out of Miami. I don't know. It's called like the Rocking Cruise. I'm going to have it like every year in January, I believe, or February. And like they'll have a rock group that goes on the boat, and like they play pretty much, I guess every night. But then they also go in the bar and stuff. They hang around with people in there, and it's kind of a pretty crazy cruise. It's all like, people that are into rock music, and they get some pretty good bands to go on there. I forgot what it's called. It's like Rockin', I don't know, Rockin' Cruise or something. I don't know. It's pretty cool.
Wait, so Galaxy, did you mention, you said scrapbook 151? Is that what you said?
158.
Oh, 158. Let me go back and
Mhm.
try and find that. Because I was trying to find it. And do you remember the name of the scrapbook? Like the title of it?
It's the one with the treasure chest in it, with the gems and all
Early arrangement or something.
that. Yeah, unfortunately, the one that Dow has on the download and the one that's on the way back is not the one with the high res image that Galaxy has. You're not going to find that image. I think it's gone now unless you get it from Galaxy.
I don't have it.
Yeah. Well, there's one floating around, but I don't believe it's as high resolution as yours.
I've got all the scrapbooks.
It's like 800 by 800 or something like that. It's bigger than the one that's on the scrapbook. But I don't know if it's the same size as the original one that you were talking about.
You can see it in the guy's videos that, like, he zooms in on like the coin holders and can read every letter, like crystal clear almost.
Yeah, you can also read the plastic container. There's a number.
Oh, that one.
Did you see the number? You know where the hinges are in the back, where the plastic containers are on the top of the gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, look on there. There's a number on the back. I can't quite make it out because when you look at it on the video, I mean, my eyes aren't that great, but looking at it on the video, I can't really see it. But if you look at your image, look right where the hinge is on the plastic thing, and I see a number there, unless I'm just seeing things. There's a number etched in the back right by the hinge.
On the
Hey,
bronze
hold on.
or on the plastic?
Around the
This
plastic,
says-
in the back, right, you know where the copyright message is? You know how there's like a plastic container up there? And then on the right of that, there's the jar with the coins in it. Yeah, that plastic thing, the plastic container to the left. On the left side of it in the back where there's a hinge, I guess it's a hinge or whatever, a clasp or something. But it looks like there's a number there. Maybe I'm seeing things, I don't know.
In the scrapbook for 150, 158. That's one you're talking about, scrapbook 158.
Yeah.
So yeah, he says, and my revered turquoise row bracelet. Why did he say revered again? There's always like in remembrance or reveries or revered, like they're always important.
Isn't it revered?
Yes, it is. It is revered. I'm okay. I'm having a moment today. Don't mind me. But why would it be revered when if reverie is, that's just tripping me out right now. Reverie, revered. Reveries? No, it's reverie. But this is revered. I'll never understand language.
By the way, Candy, Rooster Cockburn in the chat, he said it's not the Eiffel Tower that has a zip line. He said it's the Link Promenade in Fremont Street. Ante or Amle? I can't. I'm local, he said. So I guess Rooster lives in Vegas.
I'm not gonna do that because I got the look of Charlie Brown.
So Troy,
But
when you were talking about the metadata, were you talking about, I wonder if you were seeing the metadata from the other picture you're talking about.
Oh, the picture where you put the 1887?
No,
what-
the one, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, April Fool's Day. Well,
Yeah.
that was the image that was on the scrapbook, but I don't think that was that's not the original image though. I don't have the metadata from that.
Well, that's so I feel like it's the same thing, but that guy also talks about the metadata, and that's one of his things. He thought that the chest was pulled, and he was trying to prove it using like the patina. And
Why do you think you put April Fool's there from the 1800s, or I believe it was the 1800s?
1887, April
Yeah,
1st.
April Fool's Day.
1887.
Why April Fool's Day? But
That's a good question. But there was
and by the way, that guy, you ask him, right? I mean, he'll attest to it. The application that they use to put that metadata in there, that's the only reason what that application's for, is to alter metadata. It doesn't do anything else to the image. So they specifically made it a point to go in there and change the date to 1887, April 1st. There's no other reason to use that software. It wasn't like they changed the date on the computer and ran Photoshop or something. No, because the name of the application is actually in the metadata itself. And they did it on the Macintosh, I believe, which is what I think Dow had, because that's what he used to edit the images. Or it might be Forrest, I don't know. But they intentionally put that in there.
I just wonder if there's more to it though.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was something about that guy was claiming that the picture was, he could prove that the picture was taken in 2016 or something, which, like you said, it could be altered. I guess I don't know, but
Well, there's certain, the problem, in that image that I'm talking about with the altered metadata, the metadata was created by the application that altered it. So, but if you take a picture on the camera, sometimes you could use the version number of the metadata to determine what camera it came from. Because certain cameras in certain years ship with certain versions of like the JPEG library and so on. And you end up with the same metadata. And some people use that for forensics. The problem with that nowadays is it's probably no longer true, because like people take pictures of their cell phones and shit. And when you update your cell phone from Apple or Google or whatever, they usually update the imaging software all the time. You know what I mean? So the imaging software version and the metadata is not going to match when the phone came out. But the same is not true with cameras unless you update the firmware on your camera. But yeah, I never really paid that much mind to, like, I'm not doing what you're doing with the images. I just wasn't into it. But it's the same thing. People always ask me about the book. Oh, did you ever notice in Thrill of the Chase when you look at this image? And I'm like, I didn't really spend that much time looking at the images in the Thrill of the Chase. I mean, there could be hints in there. I just didn't bother with it because I was going down so many friggin' rabbit holes. I'm like, okay, enough's enough.
Ow.
But yeah, if you ever find anything out why you think they would put April 1st, I mean, I can tie it to my solution, but I'm not gonna, like, I don't want to put anything like that on there, because then people are gonna say, oh, look at, he's basing his solution all around these, unproven things. So I'd rather not say anything at all. But I am interested in that. Sure, it's there. I mean, ask that guy. I'm not lying. It says April 1st, 1887. And go look at what happened in 1887,
I'm just looking at a screenshot of, I don't even know where I got this from. I think it was off of maybe that guy's
Video?
web page. The web page that was up there for a while. And it says like the modified date was 2016. And then it says 4 years, 6 months, 5 days. which would put it at 2020 June 5th.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry, I was zoning out.
It's not. I'll have to send it to you. I can share it in here, can I?
Yeah, go for it.
Just by
Oh, wait.
sending it to you.
Let me go to the settings real fast because I don't know things anymore. Is it for meeting settings?
Galaxy, Rooster Cogburn is talking to you in the chat.
Security? Share screen? Okay, now you'll be able to share it.
I'm looking at a picture of one of that chest, and it says in the data, author, decall, date taken 7/10/2017.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, it's trusted one of the images, and Galaxy will have to remind me, I forgot which one, but I mentioned it in the video. Forrest Fenn or Dow, one of those two, they purposely ran an application that its only purpose is to alter metadata. And they went in there probably as a joke, but they put April 1st, 1887 as the creation date.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I mean, it is on purpose. That's all that application is for, is to edit metadata or remove it.
But again, though, if it's before 2010, what's the point of messing with it? I mean,
maybe they did it just to screw with people. I mean, that's possible.
Wait, are you gonna share it?
I mean, think about it. April 1st, April Fools, they want it. They knew that people were looking at metadata. A matter of fact, I bet you that's what happened. Before that scrapbook came out, I bet you that some people in the chat were looking at metadata on the scrapbooks in the photos that got uploaded. So they purposely altered the metadata to mess with people.
Wait, Galaxy, are you gonna share what you're trying to show?
I've never done it before, so I'm kind of trying to figure it out.
Okay,
On the
so
bottom, share screen.
share,
Yeah.
and then you go down to photos, and then when you hit photos, you go to manage because you're on your phone, right?
Yeah.
So then you go to manage, and then it says select more photos. So you go to select more photos, and then it'll give you access to all your photos and whatever you want to add to, hit a blue check. And then once you do that, do done. Then it'll bring you back to this wall of all these photos that you added. And then you select it again and then hit done. And then it'll share. See, like this, it's sharing what I was trying to share with Street earlier. And then when you're done sharing, you just hit the X that says stop share.
Okay.
So Galaxy Rooster Cogburn wants to know, do you believe in 9 Mile Hole?
I feel like I can't answer that. I don't know if I do or not.
You believe in the border West Yellowstone?
That was my solve before.
I know.
I thought there was 2.
Let's see. So you're gonna walk us through this?
Just that where it says modify date.
Yeah, see that photo? That photo meta edit. That's the name of the app, version 2.1.7. The only purpose of photo meta edit is to edit the metadata. See, there it is, Trusted. Look at what he's got on the screen.
So they changed the year?
Yeah, 1887, April 1st.
What?
That's how it was on Dow's website. That's not like a random image he downloaded. That's from an official scrapbook. So obviously Forrest or Dow did that intentionally because there's no other reason to run photo meta edit.
1887?
Yeah.
And what date exactly in 1887? April 1st?
Yeah.
April Fool's Day?
Yeah.
I gotta look this shit up now. What?
I already did. I already tried some myself, but I think it's a joke.
I just find it weird that why the 6 months and 5 days? Isn't that the day that? Wouldn't that be June 5th? I mean, I'm not saying that it could just be a coincidence, but
Oh, you're saying if you added that to 2020?
yeah. Well,
No,
if you, I
6
mean,
months. Wait, that would be October. No, 10.
yeah, true. Yeah. You know what? Hey, you know what the 158th day of 2020 was? June
What?
6th.
Oh, wow. Hey, do you want to know something that Rob pointed out to me yesterday or 2 days ago?
Sure.
There was five coins missing from the auction. June
Yeah,
5th.
those are counterfeit.
Yeah, well, there was five missing or five count, whatever they were. There was five. He mentioned like 3 different things that had to do with 5 and June 5th. Of course, then he also turned around and said, "Yeah, that could also be 5 Springs." That's what Rob said to me, but because maybe it was a hint for that. I don't know. I told him I'm not gonna. I don't know. But it is interesting how many times 5 is all through the poem and in the book. 5 bad coins in the chest. There's like a whole bunch of things. June 5th. June 5th is the date stamped on, and everybody says, "Oh, it's on the treasure chest page," but it's also that there's 2 things about that. One, the June 5th it's in 2 places in the book. It's in the picture with Skippy.
Yeah.
And also
Voldemort.
if you look at all of the Voldemort, and then if you look at all of the postmarks, they're all now I might have this backwards. They're all on the right page if you open the book. And those 2 pages are the only one that have postmarks on the left-hand side. All the postmarks are on the right-hand page. If you open the book, flatten your lap, zero to the chase. But if you look at that, the June 5th one is the only one that's on the left-hand side of the page.
Fascinating. Very fascinating.
got
I don't know
another
what to
thing
do.
that I always think about is the 2 cars that are pictured. Skippy's car.
Yeah.
Forrest portrays them as one, but they're clearly 2 different cars.
Yeah, the firewall's different, isn't it? The firewall different?
One doesn't have a windshield, and yeah, the firewall is different. And then, I mean, everything's different, really, other than it has 4 wheels. And Skippy looks photoshopped. I mean, I don't know if he is or not, but
Well, we never know. We just keep getting more curious puzzle pieces.
what are they saying in the chat? That I'm crazy?
Let me go back to my chat that I'm neglecting.
No, Bruce is telling a joke right now. He said there were 2 female potatoes standing on Las Vegas Boulevard. How can you tell which one is from Las Vegas?
The one that was standing on the corner?
He didn't answer it yet.
I'm not sure what.
He didn't answer yet, but he asked you a question, Galaxy. He said the only thing he said was, "Do you believe in 9 Mile Hall?"
I don't know. I don't know if I do or not. I could see it playing out a bunch of different ways.
And your friends yelling at you.
Ryan Gates is saying, Galaxy, you're giving out too much info. Laugh out loud. Jeez.
Hey, Brian, though, some of the stuff we're talking about, though, like the April 1st, I knew about that a long time ago. The metadata, that was purposely put in there. Why they did that, I have no idea. Because the only reason to run that photo meta edit is to edit the metadata. It wasn't like they were doing image processing. I think they did it just to mess with people, to be honest with you.
1887 though.
Yeah, but look, over the years, people have always been really analyzing the scrapbooks and looking at the metadata and looking at the images. So I think that's why they chose April 1st. 1887 does have a significance in Wyoming if you go look at it. But April 1st does not, other than the fact that it's, April Fool's Day.
I
Interesting.
can't remember if that guy that has the YouTube videos is looking at something else though. That could have been changed too, but I know he said he tricked Fenn, so it just makes you wonder.
How did he trick him?
He doesn't really elaborate on it, but he said he tricked him into sending him the image. And supposedly only him, Dale, and Fenn have the image.
Well, but he must have put it out then. I mean, I don't know what resolution his is, and I don't know where mine is right now, but I believe the one that I had that doesn't have the copyright is like 800 and something by 900 and something, I want to say, or something like that. But I believe there's a higher resolution one than that.
Yeah, I believe he says like 2000 by something.
Yeah, this is definitely not that size, but it doesn't have a copyright on it. But it's not that big. And of course, the one that they ended up putting in the scrapbook is only like 400 by 300 and something or something like that. And it had the copyright on there. Maybe Forrest got mad. Maybe that guy really did trick him, and Forrest got pissed off and said, "Put that image anywhere. It's copyrighted, but and that's why he put the copyright in there." Because he never put a copyright on any images in any scrapbook that I've ever seen. And if you look back on Dow's in the Wayback Machine, people were commenting about it. They're like, "Why is it copyrighted?"
Makes you wonder. I don't know if the guy got it before or after the scrapbook was put out.
Hey, maybe the guy works for a company that Forrest uses to do something. I don't know. I thought it was odd that Forrest Fenn put that image out there anyway, because why would you put something out there that had all those big gems and those two pocket watches or whatever they were? Why would you do that and then say, "Oh yeah, I didn't put those in the chest"? So why even show them there? So people, of course, were assuming there's a hidden hint that has something to do with the double watches and the gems. It's all rabbit holes to me. It's fun to look at that, but man, I mean, I wasted so much time doing that in like 2014, 2015, 2016. And I'm like, okay, enough's enough. Because I believe Forrest was playing with people. I know it, man. I mean, I can prove it with Street. We did on the phone, because he was looking at a place that was associated with coffins, and I was looking at Sarcophagus Butte. And then Forrest Fenn, and I'm sure there's other people too that were looking at things related to coffins. So obviously Forrest Fenn on the radio station or whatever, he comes out and he starts talking about a coffin. And I think he did shit like that. And like Street laughed, because Street said, "Oh my God, he's talking to me." And then I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, he's talking about me." And probably 50 other people are like, "Oh my God, he's talking about me." And he wasn't talking about anybody in specific, I mean, that was funny, man. I mean, that would go on all the time. You know that. I mean, right? I mean, did you ever think a scrapbook was about you? Anybody else that's in here?
Yeah, I know he made a scrapbook and he used another person's story to kind of like communicate. And it was because I kept telling him, "Okay, I booked my boots on the ground trip." And then I would go back after and I would just cancel everything. And he was asking me, like, "Why do you keep canceling? Why aren't you going out there looking for it?" And I said, "I'm afraid I'm going to get eaten by bears." And then the next day, he releases a story scrapbook about this lady that was messaging him saying she was too afraid to like go travel anywhere because she was afraid she was going to get eaten by bears. And then she ended up getting over her fear and going. And she had like so much fun and she survived not getting attacked by bears. So it was funny that like the very next day after having that conversation with him, that scrapbook is put out. And I was like, okay, I get it. So then I booked my trip. I did the camping under the stars, glamping thing over in Montana. And then I ended up going over to Quake Lake after that. So I survived. I didn't get eaten by a bear.
That's cool. By the way, Brian, in the chat, you know, I don't know if you were here, but I asked Galaxy earlier, why do you think that we were talking about the chest? Why is it? Because this guy, I don't know what I can't tell you what his name is, but it's some guy. He keeps emailing me these images with the chest, and I don't think it's you guys. And they wanted to get my opinion on it. And this guy said he lives in Texas. And I told him, I said, why don't you just go to Heritage? And this is before Ben posted the pictures. And I said, just go to Heritage and look at the damn thing and look at the chest, try to get a photo of it. He went in there and he seen it's behind a glass box. So no, I mean, he couldn't get a picture inside the latch. But his argument was me. He said, look at the bottom part of the latch on the chest. I said, it's the same. And he goes, no, listen. And then I showed him where you could see the line. It's covered in dirt. He goes, oh, and he goes, but what is about this other part? And he drew like a part around a square. And I told him, look at the top of the box. And I showed him a picture of the book in Thrill of the Chase, the box open at the top. I said, you see that square part where the latch comes down? I said, that hangs over on the inside. I said, when you close the box, it's going to have a square area. And that's what you're seeing in the debris built up there. So you need to look at a picture of it with where it's clean. And the problem is there isn't one. Yeah, I mean, they're not showing, but it doesn't, you know, the chest, they're also not doing it with the jar. Ben said he offered money for the jar and they wouldn't let him analyze it to see if it was tampered with. So they're hiding something, and that's what we were talking about before. We don't know. So it's
I don't think we're ever going to know at this point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of people think there's two chests, right? I don't, but some people do. There might be, I don't know. But until you can get a picture of a clean treasure chest and compare them and see all sides of it, it's really going to be difficult to try to match it up with that other picture from the scrapbook 158.
You got to think too, though, the guy cast, you know, tens, if not hundreds of the same bronze. And then he also knew how to use like different types of acid to create a patina. So he could make something appear older than what it actually was.
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous, because now you're going to start seeing all kinds of people coming out of the woodwork with fucking duplicates. Like how are we gonna prove anything? I mean, it's gonna get crazy. I don't trust any of them pictures that Jack came out with or Carl came out with, none of them, because they're merely screenshots of. There's no forensic evidence. You don't trust the screenshot. You look at the routing information in there to make sure, because Cynthia or somebody after Forrest Fenn died, they could have went to his computer, or they could have spoofed it from another place to make it look like Forrest Fenn and Jack were exchanging emails and stuffed those pictures in there. That's why you forensically prove it. I mean, McCracken is an idiot for letting them put that stuff in court, because none of it's proven. Forrest Fenn only released 3 pictures. He didn't release all those other pictures.
What do you think, Galaxy?
Well, I was just gonna say that you couldn't make a good copy of the chest unless you molded the chest and use that. Like, you're not going to be able to do it off a drawing and make it believable enough to get by us, I don't think.
I agree.
So it would have had to have been cast when Fenn still had it, and I assume it would have been done by him. he's the expert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brian, we don't know if because they didn't show the inside. Yeah, I mean, and incidentally, the CE5.
Hold on, Galaxy is still talking.
The inside though, the wood. I mean, I feel like he taught us in his book. That's how he proved that the peace pipe was the peace pipe that Sitting Bull was holding.
But he
I'd like
didn't.
to see that proof.
He didn't prove it. That's why the auction only sold for 40,000 and not $1 million. They put a big disclaimer there saying it's not proven. They didn't take Forrest's word, and they didn't take Ken Tankersley's word.
Ken Tankersley wrote an entire book on Sitting Bull's peace pipe. I have it.
I know that. But they don't believe Ken Tankersley. They didn't. They could. But Sitting Bull owned hundreds of pipes. They can't prove that was the one in the picture. The auction said right there. It mentioned Tankersley. It mentioned the book. Ken Tankersley wrote a lot more than that book. But he said, even though they said that, there's no. We can't guarantee that it came from where they're saying it came from.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not really what I'm trying to prove with the story of him, bringing it up. It's
Teaching you to take the grain of the chest and compare it to map.
And then just like in the book, when he had the kids touch the bronze and it was cold, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, I feel like he's giving you all the things that you would need to prove it in the book.
Except there's no picture. Except we're never going to get a picture of the treasure chest. It's gone now. It's over. Done. Nobody got a picture of the inside, unfortunately.
I also compared the information he gives about bronze and cold. He talks about, that's the chapter Teachers with Ropes. And it talks about like how everything's connected, right? Like the kids are connected to the rope with the teacher being the alpha. And didn't he say the clues go in consecutive order, but they're contiguous? Remember? Like contiguous means touching.
Yeah.
And so the kids are touching because they're all tied to the rope. And so when he talks about how he's teaching the kids that the warmth of your fingers when you touch the bronze makes it feel cold, it kind of like seems like he's alluding to a scientific answer of like where warm waters halt. Because he's like, where do warm waters halt? And then the poem later on tells you your effort will be worth the cold. So it's like, warm, cold, warm, cold. He always talks about that. I feel like that chapter is probably the most important one. So again, if my theory is, the chest was the puzzle piece, then that chapter would be the most important to understanding what to do with that puzzle piece. Also, you could just go to heritage auctions and just like break in and just touch the metal and be like, is it cold? Is it to the touch?
Well, it's gone from Heritage now. They're not auctioning it, so it's gone. That's what I'm saying.
Posey owns it.
Who?
Posey.
How do you know Posey owns it?
Because he's the freaking entity.
Well, I mean, we don't know that.
Yeah, actually we do.
Well, we don't. Do we have proof? We have picture of it?
Yes, we have proof. He's the entity and he's part of the LLC. So now everyone and their mother is aware Posey owns this damn thing. We're just waiting for him to grow enough balls to fucking admit it.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Nobody really has. They're assuming that, but either way,
no, it's not an assumption. He's actually the entity and the LLC.
I still wouldn't. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, if he proves it or not, I wouldn't believe anything. He'd come out with a chest. That's not the same chest now. Everything is tainted at this point. It's kind of exchanged through people's hands, and nobody was able to examine it up front except for Cynthia. I wouldn't trust any of them people. Anybody who does is a fool. Justin Posey's a moron, in my opinion.
Busted, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't believe anything that they say either.
No, these are assholes. I mean, and everybody speculates that it's him. I know people that can buy him. The guy has no money, and people, and K-Pro's out there. Oh, I know that he bid 1.8. So what? I know people that could bid 10 million if they wanted to.
Well,
I mean,
the guy who bought the olive jar lives in an $11 million house. What's the point?
No, but I'm just telling you that I'm not making things up. I mean, you act like I don't know, like, I mean, just never mind. I mean, when K-Pro makes statements like she knows who bid and who's the highest one, she doesn't know shit. Nobody knows anything. I don't even know, but I can guarantee you that I know people made offers and let them know. And I know that these people have far, far, far more money than every single person in the chase.
Yeah, and those people
So-
aren't even like bothered by the Chase community or this treasure or Forrest Fenn. What
Right.
I'm
So
saying is Posey is in fact the entity, and he's also the LLC. So he's the one that set this heritage auction bullshit up. He's the one that currently is in possession of the chest and the dragon bracelet, and he's the one building and working on making another hunt in tribute to Forrest through Netflix.
I believe all of that, but I'm just saying he hasn't. There's no proof anywhere. Nobody knows who's in the LLC. It's hidden. Unless he came out himself and said it, we can't really prove it. But it's so obvious. I mean, that you're right. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's him. But what I think is weird is I know people offered far more money than that for the chest. So why wouldn't they sell it? Like, they got something to hide, in my opinion, because it's really odd that they wouldn't sell it. They wouldn't let Ben look at the jar. Something just isn't right in Denmark. I don't believe Jack ever sold it. I believe Jack's part of the LLC, and you just seen it sold now. And he probably took the bulk of the $1 million that they made, and then everybody that helped them gets a little bit of a payoff. That's my guess, but I can't.
Why weren't there, why wasn't there a video of somebody like opening it up and like putting their hands through it all before the auction?
Right. I mean, Galaxy, if you were to find her, what would you have done? I mean, what would you have done with the chest?
Same shit he's doing now.
I would have recorded it, but if I was selling it, I definitely would have made it more attractive than what it was. They showed it to us all separated. All the pictures beforehand were crappy, covered in mud from far away.
Would you have went to the major media? I would have. I wouldn't have went to Cynthia. I would have went to like Oprah if I could. I mean, I would have went to the Today Show. I would have went to real media. I wouldn't have done stuff secretive. I wouldn't have waited 2 years. After Jack came out and gave his name, he should have done the talk show circuit and boost up the sales. I mean, everything they did is suspect and stupid. They're a bunch of amateurs, whoever's running the LLC. And there's got to be a reason why Jack, if he's a real finder, wouldn't accept offers over certainly like way more than Posey could even afford to pay for it. And they turned it down, or they never contacted, I should say. It's not they turned it down, they didn't contact. And I believe the only reason why is they got something to hide. They have an ulterior motive that they wouldn't sell it, or somebody else agreed to pay more. I don't know.
Didn't you say that it's not actually listed as being the treasure? It's listed as being something else?
Yeah, well, no, it says Forrest Fenn's treasure. It doesn't say Forrest Fenn's hidden treasure, because how can they do that? Can they prove that chest was actually hidden and Jack retrieved it legitimately? The only thing the affidavits prove is it came from Forrest Fenn's treasure chest, and the treasure chest came from Forrest Fenn's vault. They didn't prove it came from a hidden treasure chest.
Well, do they have to prove it came from there, or do they have to prove it's the same one that's being portrayed? Because I feel like that's all they'd have to prove to be able to put that on there, right?
What do you mean? Do they have? No, they don't have to put that on there. I don't think they can. I don't think they can prove it. It's kind of like the Sitting Bull peace pipe. They couldn't prove that it came from Sitting Bull, so they put a disclaimer there, and as a result, it sold for 40 grand instead of $1 million.
Hey, Galaxy, Rooster Cogburn wants to know how many years you've been involved in the chase. Shit. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm here, but I'm on mute for a second. But answer.
5 years. Yeah, Idaho Buffalo says there's a video of it, but we never got to see it. Of Dan going through the chest.
Yeah, I never seen it. I would have took pictures of. I would have taken the shit out, lay it out, take an inventory of it. I would have took like hundreds of pictures, and I certainly wouldn't have given the treasure chest to Forrest Fenn and put it in his vault. It's mine. I would have gave him his bracelet back, and then that's probably pretty much it. You know, unless he offered to buy it from me. I mean, we don't know what the deal was, but I just find it very odd that we don't have a single picture anywhere with Jack holding any of the items in the chest at any point at any time. That's odd for somebody that found the treasure. And you can't say that because he wanted to be anonymous. How could you tell? Like, you know what I mean? You're looking at a hotel or a couple of fingers in there, and you know, I mean, how would people be able to say, "Oh yeah, that's Jack Stoof"? They wouldn't, you know. I don't know, but I agree with you, Galaxy. I don't trust any of those people.
Nothing matches up. I mean, I wish it did. I didn't think of there being more than one until after it was found.
Yeah, INFJ, whoever that is, he's complaining because I'm talking a lot. That's just the way I am. That's just my personality. If you don't like it, that's too bad. You know, I mean, I'm not going to change my ways because somebody has that opinion. I think other people talk too much, but it's just, and the reason why I'm loud is because I'm sitting far back from the computer. I don't have my headset on like I did yesterday. I don't feel like wearing it. But I'm certainly not trying to dominate the discussion. That's just who I am. I'm from the East Coast. You know, maybe people aren't like that where you're from, but that's just the way it is, I guess. I don't mean to I like listening to other people, but nobody else is talking. And I'm trying to give other people a chance.
Didn't you always get the feeling that like when Fenn would talk about getting the bracelet back, it was like he was gonna be alive to get it. But then at the same time he was saying, "Oh, it'll be 1,000 years from now."
Yeah, it's weird. I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to think anymore at this point. I don't know. I mean, I'm just hoping that Shiloh, somebody other than Cynthia and K Pro, you know, I want Shiloh to come out, and if he wants to do it in a book, that's fine. I'll probably pick it up, and I don't think he's ever going to give us the solve though. But I would just like to know, you know, is there more to the chase? And honestly, I would buy it just to learn more about his grandfather. I mean, I was in the chase because of Forrest. That was the main reason. I thought it was a challenge. He's gone. So for me, the chase is over. I'm just hanging around because I want to find out, you know, what was the solve that led to the chest, and is there any more to the story? Did Forrest make some big discovery or something? But I'm not going to do any more work on the chase. It's over. Why would I waste my time? I didn't find the chest, you know. I'm not like Bill and them other people that think they're going to get money, and you know, and somebody's going to come and they solve the poem and it's great, you know. There's no reward for second place, right?
Well, yeah, but you're still wasting your time.
Why? I mean, I'm retired. I mean, I enjoy talking the street. I enjoy listening to Candy and Trusted, you know, when those guys are discussing archaeology and history. I like talking to you right now. I don't, you know, I mean, what else am I going to do? I mean, my kids are all grown. I got kids that are turning 40 next year. I got grandchildren. I mean, it's different. You know, if I was in my 20s and 30s, I would have been long gone. To me, I'm laughing at, like, not laughing at, but I'm wondering why people like that are, you know, 30 to 40 are still hanging around here. They should be out enjoying life.
I think it would bother you just the same.
I don't know, because you know, I mean, obviously Candy's here because she enjoys doing a lot of the research and stuff that she's doing and stuff. But I think some people are here, well, obviously, like, you know, I don't want to mention their names, but they're here because they think they're going to get money. They think that Doug Preston's going to pop out of a cake and say, "Here you go." And I don't think that's ever going to happen. Do you?
No, I don't think so.
Ooh, cake. Yeah, I'm gonna make a cake.
I mean, even if your solve is right, no, like, let's say, you know, trusted living, your solve is right. What I mean, if Jack truly solved it and Jack got there before trusted living, Jack earned the chest. If my solve is right and Jack found it where I found it, Jack got there before me, earned the chest. I'm not entitled to anything. I would laugh my ass off if it turned out that Bill's solve was correct and Jack beat him to it or something like that, or he missed one clue, you know. But I don't think that's going to happen. I just, you know, I don't think anybody's going to get, I think, you know, as far as the money goes, I think it's all over. But who knows?
I think there's something else entombed somewhere.
Yeah, I'm kind of going along with Street and Caddy. I think that Forrest made a substantial discovery, archaeology wise. But that was you that made the point earlier. If that's true, why would he want to be dead when it comes out? I don't know. Can't answer that. I don't know. It is a good question.
Way I could see it being something that he would not say, as if it was like a secret that, you know, would affect him or his family. I don't think he would hide like an archaeological discovery or something like that. I think he would. I think that goes against everything that he's about. I think he would want to make it known.
But
he would enjoy being the finder.
But what about what he said to Lorraine Mills, though, in that short clip I just recently put out, where he says, she asked him about that, and he says, why should I? He goes, what are they going to do? Take it and put it in a museum and bury it in a basement somewhere where nobody can see it? I think he has like a real dislike for the official archaeologists that had a college degree. I don't think he liked them people at all. I think he was hard right conservative, and that's why he didn't get along with his sister. His sister was politically the opposite of him. You can go back to 1980s and look at the articles they wrote about Forrest Fenn and the Santa Fe, New Mexican, and they hated the guy. They said he's an outsider. He's not part of the in crowd. They didn't like him at all. And the only reason why is because he didn't have a college degree, and they looked down on you. And I think he hated that. That's just my opinion. Of course, I can't prove that.
I kind of feel like he liked it.
I think he liked rubbing it in their face is what he liked. He says that. He said he used to like go to college, and he would ask little students in the class, he said, what do you want to be in? Some of them would say, I want to be a painter, and I want to be an archaeologist, or I want to be this. And then Forrest Fenn said, I would say to them, then why are you listening to this guy? And he pointed at the professor. He said, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. If he did, he wouldn't be here teaching you. Because if you want to be a painter, go follow a painter. Don't follow this guy. So I think he disliked them. I think he proved it a bunch of times. I don't know. That's what I got out of it. Why else would he say that about a college professor, you know?
Where did Candy go? You know, I always think about
I'm here. I had to do dishes real fast.
you know, Trusted says that he didn't like how people were talking about fraud and all that stuff. And I don't think it was really a fraud or anything, but don't you find it interesting that it seems like he was always the one that brought up fraud and hoaxes over
Yeah.
the 10 years? I mean, in the book, it says the little girl comes back and says, "My father says you're a fraud." In every interview, it's like I bet you that he had that question for the interviewer to ask him. It was like he had an answer ready for it. It was like pre-planned every time that got brought up.
Well, so also there's always the talk about how if you never sign your name, then it's not a forgery, right? So he used to do he would do what you call it? What?
A pastiche, I think. Pastiche. I don't know how you say it.
I can't think of the word either right now. I'm just like out of it. Forgeries and stuff. Like he's like, it's not considered a forgery if you don't put your name on it. So he never signed the paintings that he would do that were like pretty much considered forgeries, but they're not. And then didn't he get in trouble too for like all these paintings that weren't even originals? And he's like, who's the fraud? The person who wanted to purchase it until they figured out who painted it, or the ones that have the originals? So it continuously throughout the book keeps talking about what you're saying about another copy, another version of something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are like, you're crazy. There's not a second chest. Yeah, you're right. There isn't a second. There's a third. There's three somewhere out in the fucking ether. It's weird. So why would Forrest need to commission a searcher in the community to make another copy? And why would he need to guide them into exactly how to pour so that they could avoid the mistakes that he made when he made his forgery?
That one that was made looked pretty good. I will admit that.
Which one?
The one that there's a YouTube video on.
For Vanetti's?
No, those ones stuck. No, this guy is in Idaho and he has a video on YouTube of him making it, going through the steps.
Huh.
I just think it would have had to have been made by Fenn. He tells you that he started up his own foundry by using an old vacuum cleaner, you know, and I think he did it out of his garage. So, you know, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. I get that. It's just so fascinating. Like these people who, you know, have another piece of the story that just continuously stay quiet behind the scenes. Like if more people would come forward and just like share these little pieces, it might help form a better understanding of whatever we're dealing with right now. Because clearly a lot of people are in the know of something.
If you were right that Justin is like the LLC owner and he actually has the chest, that would mean that him and Cynthia and who knows who else would know that they don't match up.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. And it still like weirds me out about the whole Copper Dan versus Packer Jack thing with the entity gate. Like, Packer basically removed himself out of the whole equation. He's like, I'm not dealing with this, whatever. And Copper is just like deep in it. Like he can't run from this. He's as deep as it goes in association with Posey and whatever Netflix is brewing. Like, it's weird.
I don't even think that'll happen.
Netflix?
Yeah.
That's already happening. They contacted me not too long ago asking for my channel, but my channel is gone, so tis no more.
Did you guys?
What do you get out of it?
What do I get out of it?
Yeah.
Nothing. I don't have a channel to get anything out of to begin with.
No, I mean if you did.
Oh, I heard that they were trying to buy, people's channels and content. And that's why I have this assumption that AGK, how they recently deleted everything. I think they sold the rights to Netflix. Like all their content and everything. I think they sold it to Netflix. But that's just a theory of mine. I don't have any like proof or anything.
Huh.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But again, I don't have proof. It's just my assumption. But I know Netflix was going around, asking to see people's channels now. And they were doing it last year, and then it got put on hold after the whole entity gate thing. Like the whole project pretty much got put on hold. And that's why I keep saying I think the Netflix is backing the LLC. Like I think Netflix has some association with the LLC. And that's why they're back on the project, because as long as the LLC has the chest, then Netflix has the project and the funding.
What do you think about the comment that from the 2011 Lorraine Mills video? I put out that short clip. I put it out there basically to tease K Pro about the jar sale, but she asked Forrest Fenn. She goes, "Well, who owns the past?" And Forrest Fenn's answer was, and he was grinning from ear to ear. He goes, "Person with the title."
Yeah.
That was interesting. What do you think he means by that? How do you get a title to the past when you're an archaeologist?
I mean, from everything I've read on Forrest, especially the mother of Indiana Jones, which I think is very important. It was the first post he ever really put up on his blog back in like I think 2001 or something. And it was basically in retaliation to all the archaeologists and everyone who was pissed off at him for running the Clovis cache in Santa Fe. And basically they try and say that like if you don't own property and you're excavating, doing all this stuff, then you don't own anything there. But Forrest specifically owned the title and property to San Lazaro. Yet because he didn't have the PhD to say he was, or the credentials to say that he was an actual archaeologist, they didn't care if he owned the property. He still wasn't allowed to do the stuff he did. Yeah, archaeologists, they're allowed to go wherever. They don't own any property, no title to anything. Yet they're the ones that could claim the story and the history on the past. And so I think that was just him saying in a cheeky way to the person who owns the title owns the past because it's their property and they're the ones that are allowed to share the story instead. That's kind of like how I interpreted it.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And in New Mexico, treasure trove law says that treasure trove is owned by the person who owns the land.
So Forrest Fenn still owns San Lazaro, right?
No, it got dissolved. Like, so he ended up selling it to the Medicis, the ones that purchased his gallery. They're on the title for San Lazaro.
But I thought that he still kept himself as permission to go there and take anything he wanted at any time.
I believe, what was it? It's been a while since I looked into the title because there's actually two titles for San Lazaro. One's a fake and one's real. You have to look for the one that shows it was established in 1988.
Isn't it split down the middle too? Like,
Yeah, the government owns one half and Fenn owns the other half. Isn't that fascinating?
mm-hmm.
You know, like every time something historical about the past pops up, the government is the first to take control of it. Like White Sands, the Grand Canyon. You've got Chateau Le Renez. They have a army base right there, right next to Chateau Le Renez, and they own all that property. Like, why is it every single time something historical is discovered, something amazing, the government's always shutting it up?
Candy, I have a question for you. Galaxy made a very good point before where when we were talking about the fact that there Forrest Fenn made some major discovery. A lot of people believe that, right? So
Yeah.
Galaxy brought up a very interesting point. If that's true, why wouldn't Forrest want that news to come out while he's still alive?
He
What are your,
can't.
why? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Why?
This is the same concept as Nostradamus. So Nostradamus wasn't allowed to share his discoveries and teachings of alchemy and other things because he was branded a heretic with the church, right? So in order to get the information out but still be aligned with the church, he had to use a cover story to make it seem like, oh, he's talking about the church. But if you read between the lines, it was guiding you to the alchemy and the information that people were needing to know that the church was against. So with Forrest, his discovery, he can't be tied to it. And if it is, it's just got to seem innocent on the surface. Like it can't be anything profound, because the moment it's something profound, again, the government's going to take control of it. So as long as the government thinks, oh, this isn't anything really to behold, then he's in the clear. Like, think about it. Right before he wrote TTOTC, one of the last books he put his name on was San Lazaro, The Secrets of San Lazaro with Rick Kowalski. The one he went to for the treasure chest originally.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I'm just curious what Galaxy's response is, because I mean, he asked me the question and I didn't have an answer. I agree with your answer. I can see that. So that's the only reason why I ask you. So the question is, what does Galaxy think about that?
Oh, I thought you wanted my opinion. Sorry.
Gosh, yeah, I thought you were asking her.
Yeah, didn't you say my name first?
No, yeah, I know. I mean, she wasn't. I don't think you were. Well, you were here, but you were doing your dishes or whatever. And I was talking, I guess, to Trusted, and then Galaxy. I said that I think that there's more to the picture, and perhaps Forrest made some discovery, right? And I thought that you asked me, Galaxy, well, why would Forrest want that to come out after he's dead? And I really didn't have an answer for you. So the only reason why I asked Candy is because I'm curious how she would have answered that. That's all.
Okay, but what would be the punishment for him coming out with it? I don't understand. What could you possibly do to an 80-year-old man?
You could target his family for one.
I mean, don't they have soldiers that moved here after World War II that were German soldiers that, you know, they get caught when they're 80 years old and they don't make them do any time for their war crimes?
Well, yeah, it's the government. They're crooked.
I just don't see any scenario where he wouldn't want to announce it himself.
But what if
Unless
he already did? What if that's the story? Like, what if the trick to all of this, the story ends up being his discovery, right? And this was his big reveal. This is how he found the way to reveal it to the world, was by having people work on it and earn that knowledge to be able to share it.
You don't think it could happen any other way? You don't think he could just go public with it and it would serve the same purpose?
Well, isn't there a time capsule that's like meant to be open from Forrest from like I think 2026 or something? Maybe that has something to do with it.
There's a time capsule?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Stephanie who discovered it. I think it's at the McCracken Library. It's been a while since I even remembered this, but yeah, I think she discovered that there's a Forrest Fenn time capsule that's not allowed to be released until like way into the future, like not even 2026. I think it's more than that. It was some weird time, but it's got a time lock on it.
Well, that's pretty interesting.
Yup.
You hear
So-
when he created that?
I have no idea.
Because that would be interesting. Was it after 2010 or prior to it? I mean, you said you don't know, so I guess that's what I would want to know.
Yeah, I don't really remember. It's been a while since I even like cared to try and think about it. I just remember I think Stephanie was the one that figured it out first or like found it first.
You got to tease Eugene about that because he's supposed to be the expert of the Cody Museum.
No, it wasn't the Cody, it was the McCracken Library.
The McCracken Research Center is at the Cody Museum in the basement.
Yeah, but the library itself, I believe, is located in Texas or not Texas, sorry, New Mexico.
Oh, I don't know that. No. Did she say a library or did she say the McCracken Research Center? Because that's where Forrest Fenn put all the Joseph Emery Sharp stuff. It's all in the McCracken Research Center in Cody.
No, it was the library. There's McCracken Library. Let me pull it up real fast. I kept coming across it over the years when I was like researching stuff, and I never knew like what to do with it. There's one in Kentucky. Is it the Kentucky one? I thought there was one for Santa Fe. Hold on. There's also another book I found associated with Forrest that is not many people know about. Is it this one? Public Library. I don't even know where it is anymore. It's been so long since I even tried looking into it. Maybe it's the Kentucky one. I'll have to ask Stephanie again. She told me like once upon a time, I just forgot about it. I mean, it could be the one for the Cody. That'd be interesting for sure. Or you know what? I might be able to pull it up in a conversation. Give me 1 second. I think it was time capsule. It's time capsule. Okay, so time capsule. Is there anything? Ugh.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off. So it was nice talking to you, Candy, and Trusted and Galaxy. I'm gonna head out. If I don't see you, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Troy. Have a good night.
Yep. See y'all.
Things pulling up right now. I forgot. I don't know. I'll just reach out to her tomorrow and ask her. Galaxy, are you still with us?
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I think you're almost going through like a whole panel.
I know I need to get out of here.
I think this is the most you've ever talked to.
I have cake in the oven.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna have cake tonight.
That sounds good. I'm gonna force myself to take a Benadryl so I can knock out in like an hour or so I could not suffer this week at work, because sleeping off schedule is like the worst ever.
Yeah, it is. That reminds me. I might as well just get off here right now because I don't want to feel like that tomorrow.
What time is it right now?
It's 1:20.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream for everybody because I've got Black Adam to finish watching. And yeah, I will have another theme for Double Chess Theory next time.
All right. You guys have a good night and Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you.
Oh, this is the first time you've ever been nice. Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry Christmas, Galaxy. Have a good night.
Thanks,
Night,
you guys too.
everyone. Merry
Bye.
Christmas, Happy New Year.